Niners.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sacktown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't! Yes, he did!
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Can you feel it? Hey, can you? Can you feel it? Can you feel it's Friday? Carmichael Dave, Jason Ross, Christopher Laud. Oh, not so fast. No Jason Ross. He is recovering from last night's unfortunate result.
Oh, I'm Jason. I can't come and do the show because I'd only be on 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know if I did text him this morning. I said, I hope you're asleep. But when you wake up, hopefully you can. Did you see the clips of, I think his name is Michael Johnson for Sac State, got hit on a kickoff return and was doing the, when, like when an MMA fighter, somebody gets knocked out, they do the hand thing, like they're fencing almost. Yeah, it was one of those super scary. I didn't see the whole game, so hopefully we'll get it. Just want to get an update from him. Make sure the kid's okay. Welcome in. That's fine. Hey, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. Jason can take the day off. That's fine.
4-day weekend for him.
4-day weekend for him. I see I accidentally wrote safe or oot on our...
Yeah, it's our Canadian version. All Blue Jays.
Safe or oot. Yeah, why not? We actually have, for real, this is so great because talking to a lot of... We'll announce on Monday. Our
Tuesday.
That's right. Thank you. Our lineup, many returns, if you will, is everyone's starting to come back to roost. And Dave Richard joined us last week, just kind of on the fly. He'll be back today. Greg Papa makes his debut. We always put him at Niners at 9. Of course, we do it 9. And Mayor Martha Guerrero is going to join us. I caught some clips from her yesterday talking about a possible new stadium in West Sac, and I started calling around and finding out and asking questions, getting answers. It'd be interesting. Admittedly, I don't have the relationship with Mayor Guerrero that I do with Daryl Steinberg or KJ before him, but definitely going to be a player in that whole thing. She is, and West Sac in general. So it'd be good to try to get some info. Also, talk to. I was journalisting yesterday. Actually, I talked to somebody about Kevin Herter and what he's been doing. So we're going to revisit those audio clips from him at 7 a.m. and then just kind of talk a little bit more about his rehab and when he's set to be cleared, hopefully, and some more specifics, if you will. So I don't have a lot today other than, I've had dogs my whole life. Almost all have been rescues. But then a few years ago, my wife, after beating me down about it for literally years, we got a Frenchie to go with our rescue Chihuahua, Chewiener, Nacho, Gus, who is a fantastic dog. He's just fantastic. He's a great dog. And then I made the mistake when she got laid off and was home and going absolutely nuts. I made the mistake of trying to shortcut, and I got her. She had been saying for a long time that Gus needed a playmate, a partner, because Nacho, just to be honest, we have no idea how old she is. We can't exactly cut her open and look at the ring, count the rings, but she's old. She's really, really getting up there. And she's just not the zoomy that she used to be. She would just mostly, nip at Gus when he tried to play with her. It was sad. He needed somebody to play with. Frenchies have a lot of energy. Or they don't, depending on the time of day. They're either sleeping and dead and you can't touch them because they're out, or they're zooming around the house. So I surprised her with a playmate. Did the whole thing where I handed her I went and got Gracie from the person. It's a breeder we know. And as I came inside, I had a little box with some holes in it that I put her in with a little bow. She was in the box for like 10 seconds. And Mel opened it. It was a great scene. And, she was, crying and all that, but loved it. And we fell in love with Gracie immediately. The problem now, as Gracie is still in her first year of life, coming up on a year here in a few months. She's an absolute disaster. She's cute as hell, and she's snuggly and cuddly, and she's a sweet dog. It's not that. But she just has so much pent-up energy, and is no, not yet.
Oh, no.
Well done. Actually, Pavlovian. When I heard the music, I instantly looked at the clock and then looked at the sheet like, oh, God. So one thing we've had to start doing, and we feel terrible about this, is we have to crate her. Melissa and the kids leave at about 7. I get home around 11. We have to crate her for about 4 hours, because if we do not, she annihilates the house. Shoes, remote controls are her favorite. And she has a stash spot under our bed, which we went through last weekend and found a ton of stuff we'd been missing. And she loves to chew on those, chew on shoes. She's destroyed a ton of them. She somehow, we then got this thing to put our shoes downstairs, like the ones we wear every day. We take them off when we get in the house and put them on this little shelf. She somehow figured out a way to jump off the stairs, grab the shelf, pull down the little pad that holds the shoes on it, and then spread the shoes around the house. She chews on the blinds. She chews on the wood paneling underneath the blinds. Last night, I don't even know how the hell this happened, but it could have been a lot dangerous. I caught her chewing on an old iPhone of Melissa's. And then two of her favorite things to do in the backyard is, number one, years and years and years. And I know, I'm sorry, this is gross. Years and years and years of Nacho pooping all over the backyard. And she's like a cat. She like hides it, which is very nice. You never see it. Well, Gracie, this is like her treasure hunt every day. She goes out there and just looks for it, and it is like it's special treats to her. She loves it. Fossilized wiener poop is one of her favorite food groups. It's disgusting, but I get it. It's a dog, whatever. Now, she somehow figured out where our neighbors behind us, they leave their sprinklers on, I think, way too much. And the water comes in a little bit to our lawn. And Gracie's found a way where if she digs on the fence line, the water will come through. And Gracie loves to roll around. She's a white dog. And she becomes a brown dog because she is covered in mud. Now, you might say, well, put her outside, make her an outside dog for a while, which we've thought of. Here's the problem. We have a pool, and Frenchies can't swim. So we wouldn't be able to deal with that, because we would just stress out. And then it's, well, what if you get a big long leash and tie that to the tree? Well, the problem is when we've tied her to one of those long running leashes, she inevitably finds a way to wrap it around something. And one time I went inside while she was on the leash, just dogging around. And I came outside to hear this wheezing sound because she had wrapped herself around the legs of a chair and was literally choking herself to death, and freaked me out. I had to lift the chair. Anyways, sweet dog in the sense she's loving, she's affectionate, she's caring, she loves to, to nap with us, and everything you could want in a dog. And I've been through dogs before many times. I understand you go from cute, tiny little puppy to absolute velociraptor to dog. But velociraptor is almost untenable. So yeah, we put her in the crate. She's fine in the crate. I just feel bad about that. And I think there's obviously separation anxiety. So Melissa came home the other day with a bag of, I know this sounds crazy, but the vet recommended it. It's like a bag of treats that have CBD in them. So we're basically, I guess, getting our dog high to calm it down. They also don't work, and I'm really nervous about, I don't want to up the dosage here. So I don't know. I'm caught between, dude, you got a dog, it's like having a baby. I'm one of those people. Got a dog, it's like having a baby. It's a responsibility. You're going to deal with some stuff. Train the dog, get through it, blah, blah, blah. And the other part is she's just absolutely destroying everything. And look, the whole mud thing sounds funny, but generally she does that at night. And there's nothing like it being 10 o'clock. You're about ready to go to bed. You let her out. And usually we're out there with her to prevent it, but sometimes you just got to let her out. And she shows up at the door just dripping in mud, because that's about a 45-minute escapade where you've got to wrap her up, take her to the bathtub. She is one of those bath dogs where she's constantly trying to get out. She thinks you're trying to drown her. She's shaking off water every 5 minutes. So you almost have to, the better way to do it is almost hold her and get in the shower and just shower her off so she's not destroying your whole bathroom. That's not a fun thing to do at 10 p.m. when you're sleepy and trying to go to bed. So part of me is thinking we just give her away at a KHTK prize. We could sign her as a station. Me, Chris, Jason, Kyle, Watkins. But I don't think the family would go for that. MC said I got to binge watch this season. I've watched all the season Milans. I'm not convinced, not that I'm an expert, but I'm truly not convinced this is a training issue, because we've trained her on other stuff. Like she used to jump on us and we just throw the knee at her. And she eventually learned if she jumps up, she's gonna fly backwards a little bit. She's good about that now. She's trainable. I think it's just honestly she has so much puppy energy built up and anxiety from separation that I hope it's a phase. But golly, man, golly. Anyway, I don't know. Then you feel guilty. You're being a good dog owner. Are you doing something wrong? Are you setting up bad habits for the future? Any of you out there with puppers know what I mean? I guess it's the one thing that I'm not a cat guy, but I'll admit cats just cat. Not that they don't destroy stuff, but they just cat around. Pretty independent. Dog, no. Fish never does nothing. That's a double negative. But this dog is driving me crazy. Just driving me nuts. And it's got driving on my mind, which brings me to Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. And the Labor Day sales event, that's this weekend. Labor Day Monday, of course, remember, everybody, will be back on Tuesday. But right now, you can save up to $12,500 off MSRP on the new 2023 Dodge Charger SXTs. Starting at only $27,995. Think about that. That's less than the cost of a lot of used cars. And it's brand new. Brand new. Also, the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter in historic downtown Woodland is now open. That's pretty cool. Over 200 used cars available. And over 80 under 20 grand. Whatever car you need, Hobbit can help. You got to see that pre-owned Super Center for yourself. Search, select, and save some money this weekend through the whole inventory at HoblinDodge.com. Unbeatable prices. Hey, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblins, period. 30-second break. When we come back, leading off is next.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app. Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
But there was no way that they were trading a receiver as good and talented and productive as Brandon Aiyuk without getting some type of frontline wide receiver in return. That never materialized, which is why they told the Steelers that they didn't intend to trade him to Pittsburgh. And so now the regular season is creeping closer and closer. It opens a week from Monday night in San Francisco with the 49ers on the first home game of the season, the first Monday night game of the season against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. This was always going to be go time for all of these unsettled situations to see if any of them could be resolved. On Monday, Dallas and CeeDee Lamb reached the agreement. And now on Thursday, Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers reached their agreement.
That's Adam Schefter of ESPN. Brandon Aiyuk has signed his extension, and then he immediately went and celebrated by going to the San Jose State Sacramento State game. So that was nice to see him there. And of course, Sean Cunningham was out there getting video. Sean is just, it just cracks me up. Sean is absolute. Next time we have him on, I just want like a typical week for him. You know, like how I hope he drives an electric car or has a gas deal, because he is going absolutely everywhere.
I believe he has a hybrid.
Does he have a hybrid? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Because that's a lot of gas money, man. 4 years, $120 million extension, including $76 million guaranteed. $47 million will be paid to Aiyuk before April 1st. He joins Tyreek Hill as the 5th highest paid receivers in the NFL, an average annual value of $30 million more per season. The Niners are now the only team with 8 players earning an average annual salary of $15 million or more. Nick Bosa still the highest paid at 34. Brandon Aiyuk at 30. Debo at 24. Trent Williams at 23. And speaking of Trent Williams, that's someone that now everybody's got to focus on, because we've said it before, as good as Brandon Aiyuk is, as much as he is important to the team, there's one thing about this 49er team that is the elephant in the room, and that is that offensive line ain't great. It's not a great offensive line. It has the best offensive linemen, arguably, but overall it is not a great offensive line. And if you take Trent Williams out of there, Brock Purdy and everybody else just lost their bully, their protector. And you saw last year, granted, Debo missed the games too, but in the 3 games Trent Williams was injured, they were 0-3. That was 3 of their 5 losses. It's not rocket science, man. If this team doesn't have Trent Williams, they are probably a playoff team. They are not a Super Bowl contender. They are not an NFC championship contender without Trent Williams. That's just the facts, man. So it's great that they signed Aiyuk, and we'll talk to Greg Papa about this today. This Trent Williams thing now is a big deal. Also, Cincinnati, looking at Jamar Chase looking back at them. You gotta wonder. But for the Niners, hey, listen, it's funny. There's still some cap space there, weirdly enough, because everything's kind of pushed forward. They keep restructuring. But That's a lot of money and a lot of high-paid players to not win Super Bowls. You know what I'm saying? The funny thing is right now, believe this or not, right now, the two teams with the most cap space in the league, according to SportTrack, are the Cleveland Browns and the 49ers. Now, I don't think that's updated for the Aiyuk contract. I could be wrong. But then when you go to next season, it's a whole different ball game. Also, weirdly enough, Cleveland and San Francisco, both the exact same average age of the team, 27.1 years. The thing is with the Niners, and we'll talk about this at 6:30, it's all fun and games because they're paying the quarterback $900,000. Other teams are paying their quarterbacks $30-40 million. That is an unbelievable advantage for San Francisco, and that advantage is almost certainly lasting exactly one more season. So to say there's a lot of pressure on them is hilarious. But they've got a good offense. They have arguably the best defense in the league. So it'll be a very, very interesting thing to come together. Number 2, please.
Cut number 2.
They keep it on the ground. Lots of wind to work with from John. He's in for 6. Touchdown, Spartans.
Oh, yeah. Well, the Sac State stepping up a little bit in competition, but they did that. They've beaten Stanford. They've got some quality wins over the last couple of years, but it was not to be yesterday as they went down to San Jose, take on the Spartans. Our partner Jason Ross is on the call, and 42-24 was your final. San Jose State winning by 18. San Jose State outscoring the Hornets 28-7 in the second half. It was 17-14 Sac State. 17-14 Sac State going into the half. And, that's not what we were looking for. But, I mean, look, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? 17-7 Sac State at one point. And then, So, that's unfortunate. But college football is officially beginning. A lot of other results from yesterday, including Colorado, coming up on another lower division powerhouse, North Dakota State. And they struggled in Boulder, but did come away with the victory with 2 possible top 10 picks going to the NFL on Colorado, including Deion Sanders' son, Shedeur Sanders. 31-26 the final. Our friend Mark Jones was on the call for that one too. And the one I know everybody has been waiting on, University of Louisiana Monroe 30, Jackson State 14, and an absolute humdinger. Cut number 3.
Cut number 3.
Now the left-handed batting Michael Conforto. And a bouncer to third. This should do it. And the Brewers with the shutout today. Ashby 6 up, 6 down, 3 Ks. P.J. Friedel at the plate. Bases loaded. Grounded through! Indians scores! De La Cruz went home! Reds win it! The team's second walk-off of the year.
Yep. Another day. Another countdown to the end of the season. And the Giants get shut out in Milwaukee. The A's in a very exciting game versus the Reds, but they unfortunately come up short 10-9. Both teams combined 6 runs in the 9th inning. This thing was back and forth. A's starting out with a 4-0 lead. At one point, it was 6-1. And then the Reds just started chipping away. It was 9-7 going into the bottom of the 9th, and that did not work out for the visitors whatsoever as Grant Holman came in and just gas canned all over the place. 3 hits, 3 earned, 2 walks, did not retire a single batter. Think about, I mean, my God, 5 runners coming into the bottom of the inning. Woof. Not impressed with his performance. We'll take a break. What does this all mean? Brandon Aiyuk has signed. And what about Trent Williams? It's Carmichael Dave, Christopher Loud. We'll be back right after this.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out sacktownsports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on sacktownsports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Your forecast looking very sunny today. Temperatures are going to be heating up again with daytime highs in the upper 90s, around 100 degrees, and winds staying fairly light. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
I'm Coach Doug Christie, urging you to visit my friends at Folsom Lake Kia for huge Labor Day savings on your next new or certified pre-owned Kia. And tell them DC sent you. FolsomLakeKia.com.
When it comes to my lifestyle and diet, I don't always make the smartest choices. Touchdown! Woo! Hey, how about another round and some more chips? But when it comes to taking care of my liver, I do make one very smart choice. Active liver tablets from New Nordic. I used to have real issues with my liver, and at my last checkup, my doc was concerned about my numbers. But since adding a once-a-day active liver tablet, my gut's better, I feel great, and my doctor's happy. I ask a lot of my liver, so the least I can do to say thanks is a daily dose of Active Liver.
You ask a lot of your liver, so give it the support it needs with Active Liver. You can find Active Liver at Amazon.com or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. Or for a volume discount, visit NewNordicUSA.com. Go to new, NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS.
Experience a golf tournament as refined as you are. The Pro Court Championship at Silverado Resort, September 12th through the 15th. Be there as the best of Napa meets the best of the PGA Tour. With world-class wine experiences, breathtaking views, and incredible golf. It's like this weekend was made for you. The Pro Court Championship, September 12th through the 15th. For tickets, go to ProCourtChampionship.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
The Labor Day Sell-a-thon is on at Folsom Lake Ford. Get huge discounts, low finance rates, and zero down deals on approval of credit right now. Shop Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall and tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back. No Jason today, so Mike, you think, well, Jason's gone, so it's on Chris to keep things under control.
Good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not doing bad so far.
The problem is, not bad so far, but also you kind of like the chaos. I know that about you. You enjoy the chaos. That's fine. That's you live in the chaos. There's nothing wrong with that. I want to go back to something Robert Saleh said yesterday.
Fully expect those two. Fully expect Trent Williams to walk on the field and still be his all-pro self with a newly minted contract, I'm sure. But and Aiyuk, I'm sure he'll be there. I'll say this: with or without him, there's still a championship roster, and they've got some dudes all over the roster. It's going to be a fun game. It's going to be a great challenge.
Well, Robert Saleh has worked in that environment, did for a long time.
It's scary. He sounds exactly like Manchester City's CEO, like almost to a T.
Really?
Yes.
Did I know the Manchester City CEO is an American?
No.
No? Yeah, I didn't know that.
He went to school in America.
Is he British?
He's from the Arab Emirates.
Oh, but does he have, but he came to school here, so he's got like a very slight accent, but not a,
yeah,
I got you.
I can find it real quick.
Brandon Aiyuk signs. Great news. I mean, full stop. That's great news. As the Niners, and I don't say this in a bad way, kick the can down the road with the salary cap. And they've been doing this for a while. It's fine. It's keeping them in contention year after year after year. The real big one is going to be Brock Purdy's extension. You got it? Close.
Just have to wait for a commercial like always.
Yeah, I get tempted to get that YouTube premium just to avoid the commercials. But then, you know what they should do? They should include this is why I'll tell you why I don't get YouTube premium. Because, and for those of you who don't know, you buy YouTube premium and you get like the music and no commercials. The reason I don't is because I'm mad at them because I have YouTube TV.
Yes.
They should either include it with YouTube TV or let's say, I don't know what YouTube premium is, $10 a month. If you have YouTube TV, it should be like $5 a month. If they gave us a break on it, I would do it. The fact that they are selling them completely separately, whatever. That's me shaking my fist at the man, doing my part.
All right. So do you remember Saleh?
All right. So I'm going to replay here. Let me just give you a little bit of Robert Saleh, and then we'll hear from Manchester City CEO.
Fully expect those two. Fully expect Trent Williams to walk on the field and still be his all-pro self.
Okay.
Left towards the dressing room. But there was one player that was still on the pitch.
What?
Taking shot after shot after shot, and he was...
It doesn't sound anything like it.
It doesn't?
No.
It's got like the slight lilt.
What am I? Let me go back. Let me get it ready again. Let me give it a fair shot. I was expecting something really close. Maybe I built it up too much because Robert Saleh does his thing, and that's like bloop 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 bloopity bloop blop and bloop. Let me see.
Fully expect those two. Fully expect Trent Williams to walk on the field and still be his all-pro self.
See, his is deeper than his.
And they go about it in a way that I think exudes the highest level of excellence.
And it's a team that evolved.
I mean, I'm trying to defense attorney this for you here. Their cadence might be.
That's what I should go with. The cadence is very similar.
Yes, the cadence is similar. But it's like da dabba shabba dooba doop, shadoop bop booba dop. Bloop bloppity bloop and bloop blop bloop bloop.
Nice catch, Blanco Nino.
All right, so Aiyuk is in. Aiyuk is on fire. But you got to get Trent Williams, Niner fans. You have to get Trent Williams in. It is all pointless if you do not get Trent Williams signed and in. I don't care what he's asking for. It's not my money. Figure it out. And from what I understand, it's very much he just wants like I say just, but like his guarantees more guaranteed. Well, guarantee the whole thing. Guarantee it all. Whatever you got to do.
The money that we put on your contract, you will actually receive.
Right. What? Dun, dun, dun. Just give it to him. Anyways, in about a week and about 10 days, you'll be hearing this.
Play in and play out. Show these boys they don't belong on this field with us. We the big dog in this fight. It's the Denver Broncos time, baby. It's gonna be some payback gonna be had on the football field.
Touchdown 49ers.
Give me the Dallas, and then watch what I do.
There's your promo/open for Jets Niners. 5 p.m. Monday. I never know how I feel about that. Like, Ravens Chiefs 5:20 kickoff on Thursday. You have a Friday game. Remember that. Eagles hosting the Packers. That's weird. That's the Brazil game, though. They got to do that. Full slate Sunday. And then one game on Monday, which, I got used to the whole opening weekend double Monday Night Football, right? I like that. At first it was weird, then I like it. But it's the Jets and the Niners Monday, and I don't know how I feel about that. On one hand, hey, we get the spotlight. That's the spotlight game of the week, or one of them. Marquee game of the week, or one of them. I don't have to worry about watching other games. A lot of week 1 fantasy football outcomes based on that game. You're going to have a minimum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fantasy players that are playing in your league that week that will be starting, unless, somebody's hurt. So there's a good amount of fantasy players in that game. But then, selfishly, it's the Niners. You get the whole night to yourself. How great is that? Home opener, Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. Here's the problem. You'll be sitting there all day Sunday having a blast, but then you got to wait an extra day. I don't want to wait an extra day. I'm like the little kid that doesn't want to wait till Christmas. But in the end, I'm good with this because I'll be so excited and so overwhelmed with Sunday football. The afternoon lineup for Sunday, you're going to have 4 games, which is great. Raiders at Chargers, Broncos, Seahawks, Cowboys, Browns, Commanders. So there's one good game, the Cowboys, Browns. That's actually a pretty good Cowboys at Browns. That's a pretty good opening day matchup. You've got maybe in the other, what do you have? You have possibly 1, maybe 2 playoff teams between the other 3 games. And then the morning window is just, oh my God, when everything, we'll talk about this later at 7:30, a little less than an hour, but God, when everything kicks off and you hear Scott Hansen saying this whole, whatever he says, like 10 hours of blah, 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 football starts now, or whatever the hell he says. Always gives me goosebumps. 916-339-1140. 1-800-920-1140 are your phone numbers. You can text us at 916-339-1140. Let me outline the show for you. 7 a.m. We'll go back to Kevin Herter from yesterday. We'll replay that audio real quick. And then I got some notes on him from yesterday. That's actually pretty cool on his rehab and where he's at and where he's going to be, we hope. Coming up at 8:13, get your fantasy football questions ready. Dave Richard of CBS Sports joins us. Martha Guerrero, the mayor of West Sacramento, will join us at 8:28 to talk about the talks of a stadium in West Sac. Greg Papa makes his season debut, the voice of the Niners, who will join us each and every Friday at 9 a.m. He'll, of course, be there at 9. Oh, and then one thing. With fantasy football drafts going on this weekend, I just gave you the numbers and the text line, and you can, of course, throw it in the YouTube chat. I I want to hear about traditions and punishments. Traditions and punishments, if your league has any. And by the way, traditions, punishments could also be rewards. There are some leagues, for example. I'm not in the league, but a buddy of mine is in a league where they actually, in the prize pool, they take out a certain amount, and the winner of the league gets paid for by everybody else from the year before, gets a limo ride to where the draft is. And then they bring a red carpet out, and they all have to kind of line up and bow and do the whole thing. And he's got the big crown, and they do a whole entrance. So I want to hear about punishments, and I want to hear about traditions. Coming up next, though, safe or out, disabilities at stadiums. There was a survey out. I have some thoughts on that. Rich Hill makes his season debut, and what is the best pennant race going on in baseball? Safe or out is next.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
And Logan Ryan picks him up. Looks like they're playing man. LaPorte is over there as well. It's 5 out. It's empty on 4th down. Goff back. Not going to get out to his right. Being chased. Throws, and it is incomplete. The 49ers take over on 4th down again.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
Where do you go when you need someone to represent you? For me, you want someone that is local and that you can actually get to and talk with. There are plenty of big branded lawyers out there with the name, but you never get to talk to them. So go to saclegaldefense.com and connect with the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez. He's local, he'll represent you, and he'll have your back. Whether it's expungements, wrongful termination, when you're in a spot when you need legal help, call the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez at 916-304-9187.
Labor Day, our annual celebration of workers and their achievements, was first observed in New York, and the first Monday in September became a national holiday in 1894. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Each year we commemorate Labor Day with parades, picnics, and family gatherings. And right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings is celebrating with their exceptional whole store Labor Day sale. Would you like to refresh your living room? Would you like to restyle your bedroom? Maybe you want to redesign your home office. No matter whether it's your dining room, kids' rooms, accents, or accessories, Naturewood's unique store-wide Labor Day sale offers savings in every department and savings on every brand like Stanton, Omnia, England, Stickley, Flex Steel, and all the rest of the award-winning furniture. When it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable Labor Day sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
California, it's the Ford Labor Day Sell-a-thon. 6 days of the biggest savings on an incredible selection. So visit your California Ford dealer now through September 3rd and get great offers across the lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs, like the built Ford Tough F-150 truck, part of Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 47 years and counting, or the adventure-ready Ford Bronco Sport, with GOAT modes to help you conquer the great outdoors. And check out the always electrifying Ford Mustang Mach-E with 0 to 60 thrills and 0 emissions. It's the Ford Labor Day Sell-a-thon, and it's your chance to save. Whether it's gas, hybrid, or all-electric, now's the best time to get behind the wheel of your brand new Ford truck or SUV and drive it home today. But hurry, these offers absolutely end September 3rd. So go to your California Ford dealer today. Based on 1977 to 2023 calendar year total sales.
Safe or out? It's time to go around baseball. 3 pitches, 3 swings. It's safe or out on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
All right, Kevin Herter audio. You heard it yesterday, but I've got an update on his recovery. We'll talk about that in 15 minutes. In the meantime, it's Christopher Lott. Jason Ross off today, recovering from the game last night. He played hard. I thought he played well. Sac State, San Jose State. Safe or oot, as it says on the sheet? Question 1.
A recent survey showed a lack of efforts towards the invisible disabilities groups, autism, brain injuries, etc., at American stadiums. Safe or out? This is something that needs improvement.
So safe, full stop. It does. It's one thing I've actually learned in working in the European side of sports a little bit is that they are so much better at that than we are. Now, I know there's the ADA and a lot of requirements to that. I understand that. But for example, over in Huddersfield Town, and this isn't unique to them, there's a safe zone. There's a room for kids, generally autistic kids or kids that have difficulty with loud noises or overstimulation. But I will say this, and I don't know how to solve this. I'm not this smart. The problem, if you will, is that there needs to be a documentation process in order to be eligible for this stuff. And I'll go back to the whole thing at Disneyland where people, and you look this up, this isn't a joke, where people were renting people with disabilities so that they could get to the front of the lines. And the reason they do that in part is because there's not enough of a consequence if you get caught doing that. So what I worry about, and by the way, this isn't me saying it doesn't need to be done. It does, but it needs to be done, and there needs to be a process. Again, over in Europe, you go through the whole thing. There's a coordinator with each team that's in charge of that. Imagine it, I'm simplifying it, but imagine it as you go through the application process, if you will. Here's my disability. Here's my documentation. You do it one time, and it's almost like you get a little sticker on your license, if you will, or on your season card, and then you just got to update it every couple of years. That's it. Nothing crazy. You know, it's like everybody bringing in their emotional support peacock to the game. What bothers me is that you have real people with real disabilities that need real assistance and help, and then you have ding-dong douchebags that try to game the system so that, they can have the cool seat and they can get the discount on the thing and they can have their own separate entrance. They don't have to wait in the lines. That's what bothers me. So yes, safe. The survey was pretty telling. Not great grades over here. And people with legit disabilities have every right to enjoy a game, sports, whatever, as you or I do. And it's already tough enough on them. I just also want to go after the people trying to game the system that are not disabled.
I will say Wally, the emotional support alligator in Philadelphia, is always welcome at a Kings game.
I mean, we do have to make exceptions, right? Question 2, please.
Rich Hill debuted last night for the Red Sox, throwing to 4 batters and striking out 2 in relief. See for out. This is one of the cooler stories of the season.
Safe. I think it's great. He came in. Hell, the A's could have used him last night, the 9th inning. He came in, 44 years old, makes his season debut. Dude pitches to 4 batters. He strikes out half of them. And it's not like Rich Hill has crazy stuff either. It's a great story. Now, look, 44, depending on who you are and what part of life you're in, 44 may be really old or really young to you, but in the great scheme, it ain't that old. It ain't that old. So it's like we're celebrating like this miracle of life, Rich Hill at 44. But it is pretty cool. It is pretty cool. And the fact that he was able to do that is awesome. I appreciate that.
Do you think that's something that maybe pitchers as they get older might consider? Like, maybe I'll take half a year off and come back.
Help the arm out. I mean, you're seeing there was this thing in the Little League World Series. One of the coaches was mic'd up. One of the managers was mic'd up. And this kid was saying he wanted to come out because his arm was sore. And the manager's response was, no problem. Just give me one more round, kid. And that guy should be given at a minimum a 1-year ban on coaching Little League. Like, here's the thing. When a kid says his arm's sore, you take him out of the game. That's it. You take him out of the game. We had I'll compliment our coach, by the way. I didn't share this story, but my son's soccer match was earlier this week. And he was playing right back. And Melissa and I were kind of sitting at level with him for where he was. And all of a sudden, it was in the second half. It was 100 degrees outside. It was really hot. There's no shade. no wind. And all and then at one point in the game, Chris, I see him kind of raise his right hand towards the sideline. And my son's not a yeller, and he doesn't advocate for himself enough, but he was asking to sub out. Now, I've been to 99% of my son's games, baseball, basketball, football, or baseball, basketball, soccer. Not once in his life has he asked to sub out. Not once, not one time. And the coach didn't see him because this went on for about 5-10 minutes. And then I did the thing that I despise and abhor doing, but felt compelled to do. I walked around all the way back there, and I know the coach. And I went up to him, and I even said, hey, look, I'm not trying to be that guy, but I think something's wrong with Mason. Can you sub him out? And he goes, oh, God, I didn't see him. Absolutely. Usually there's a time and place where subs happen, but next dead ball, coach is out there getting the ref's attention that, you got to make an emergency sub here. Turns out, by the way.
I was just saying hi.
Mason comes out. He's white. He had the exact same complexion and look as when he got the bike crash, which just scared the hell out of me. No color in his face. I make sure he's okay. He gets some water, goes back in the game about 15 minutes later, finishes it out, no problem. We ride home, and I just absolutely lit him up because the first question I asked is, what did you have for lunch? Well, I forgot my lunch. What did you have for breakfast? A bowl of cereal. Said, dude, a bowl of cereal at 7 in the morning is supposed to last you through 4 to 4:30 when you're playing a full match of soccer. So we had this whole conversation about, I'm obviously not making light of this, but kids literally dying playing sports. And there's different reasons they do. But God, I lit his ass up on the way home, probably more than I've ever lit him up before. I was just like, dude, if you do this again, I'm pulling you. I'm pulling you out of all your sports for a couple of weeks. You got to advocate for yourself. You have to speak up. Let me go back now to the Little League thing. Our coach immediately, when I informed him, did exactly what any coach should do, which is protect the child at all costs. You asked about Rich Hill and other pitchers doing that. And my answer is yes, I think that would be awesome. But I also worry about this next generation of pitchers that are growing up in an environment where it's, you throw the ball as hard as you can, as fast as you can, as much as you can. We'll worry about the elbow later.
You get Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, no problem.
It's crazy as the amount of kids getting Tommy John surgery now.
And no, you're right. And I know when I played ball, we were not allowed to throw curveballs. You could not throw a curveball at the Little League level. If you threw a curveball, it was immediately called a ball and you were awarded. The whole point of that, the old Del Paso Eastern Little League, was that the wear it puts on your elbow at that age and the lack of muscle development and blah, blah, blah can do long-term damage. I love that. Just throw fastballs. You can throw a knuckleball, but you can't throw anything that's going to twist your arm. That's out the window now. Everybody's trying to be Shohei Ohtani and Mason Miller and, blah, blah, blah. Number 3, please.
The Orioles lost to the Dodgers again, but the Yankees lost as well. Both have lost their last 2. Safe or out? This is still the most compelling race in baseball.
It is. And, look, everybody goes through lulls. That's fine. But it's just funny that you have 2 of the best teams in all of baseball that have now lost their combined the last 4. The Baltimore Orioles are 1.5 back of the Yankees, had a chance to do some damage there. They haven't. The Royals 1.5 behind the Guardians, and the Royals have lost 2 in a row. That's a super tight race. We talked about the Astros with a 4-game lead, and the Diamondbacks now 4 back of the Dodgers. But that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 6 races that are 4 games or less. That's within the margin of error, if you will. That means we've got 4 legit races after September 1st, which is coming up by the time we get back. We'll take a break. When we return, Kevin Herter, you heard his comments yesterday. Did a little nosing around. I have some info for you on his rehab and what that could mean. We'll do that next.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back, He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your forecast looking very sunny today. Temperatures are going to be heating up again with daytime highs in the upper 90s, around 100 degrees, and winds staying fairly light. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. Whether you purchase a new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, Elk Grove Honda has the right Honda at the right price. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Ends Labor Day. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Yeah, my daughter needs a laptop for college, but I need to watch the budget.
Well, Staples hot deals on tech are backed by a price match guarantee, so our prices won't be beat.
Great. I can't believe my baby's starting college.
She'll do great.
I know.
Oh, let's get you a great deal on a laptop.
Save big on tech for school at Staples. Now get up to $300 off select PCs. Ends 8/31. Price match guarantee valid within 14 days of purchase. Exclusions apply. For details, visit staples.com/price match.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2.
But what was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Carmichael.
I want to close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich. Dasha. And more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Chad, what's going on for the Labor Day sales event?
We're calling it the Hoblet Ramapalooza. Right now, we have the biggest savings I can remember, with up to $18,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Ram 1500 Laramie and limited Hemi 4x4s. And with over 400 new Rams available, you're sure to find your perfect new Ram truck at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center.
Oh, is that it?
Nope. Right now, you can save up to $14,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Ram Heavy Duties. And with over 400 new Ram trucks available, there's no other way to describe it than Hoblet's Ramapalooza.
Well, you heard the man. Ramapalooza is happening now, and you have to check out the new Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Super Center. You can search, select, and save through their full inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
18,000 total net savings after 11,500 factory rebates and 6,500 dealer discount. 14,000 total net savings after 6,000 factory rebates and 8,000 dealer discounts. Rebates may include $3,000 Hoblet Select coupons or $2,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance for eligible trade-ins. All coupons available only while supplies last. 5 or more to each net savings. See dealer for details.
Carmichael Dave telling you Amy's Outdoor Living's having their famous annual clearance sale. Now, if things were tight and you passed on getting patio furniture this year, if it was just too hot to sit outside, now is your chance. You can save up to 70%. Yeah, 70% on their top brand names like Brown, Jordan, Woodard, Hollywood, and so many other huge names. But don't wait. The clearance sale lasts for just 5 days. And at these prices, you can't afford not to check them out. You'll also find deep discounts on natural gas barbecues and demo grills. So listen, hurry in. Check out the annual clearance sale at Amy's Outdoor Living, 5 days only. I told you it was famous. It's famous for a reason. Amy's Outdoor Living on El Camino near Watt, and inside Amy Ace Hardware, also in the El Dorado Town Center. Get up there now, and you tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Hey, listen up. This is your Sacktown Sports and live events calendar. First on the lineup is the Lodi Grape Festival, coming September 12th through the 15th. And then rock out to Zeppelin USA at Thunder Valley on September 19th. On September 20th, laugh your heart out with comedy superstar Nikki Glazer at Thunder Valley. And the laughs keep on coming on September 21st with George Lopez when he takes the stage at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. If you're a country fan, you won't want to miss Winona Judd at Hard Rock Live on September 28th. And then on October 4th, comedy legend Rob Schneider is bringing the laughs to Hard Rock Live Sacramento. On October 20th, you don't want to miss Renee Vaca as he brings his hilarious stand-up to the Crest Theater. And finally, gear up for the ultimate Halloween bash with a $5,000 costume contest. It's Sinners and Saints Saturday at Thunder Valley on Saturday, October 26th. Costumes, music, and plenty of thrills. And that's your Sacktown Sports live events calendar. For details, go to sacktownsports.com. And stay locked on to Sacktown Sports for your chance to win tickets.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTK-AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sacktown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Hour 2. If you're looking for the sweet, sultry sounds of Jason Ross, you'll have to wait till Tuesday. He is off today. Long drive home from San Jose, and we have fun with it. But always good when Jason can get some time off. Because pretty soon he'll be doing this, Sac State, and of course his Kings duties as well. So, was that me? Or is that
no, that's Jason.
Is that okay? Kevin Herter yesterday. We played a couple clips from him. First was his conversation about DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, I think first off, you had someone like DeMar and his skill set. Like automatically, I think you're better. You had a player of his caliber. You're a better team. I will say, like there's a lot of confidence in our building. There has been since I've gotten there, and the West is really tough league, and so. You know, we even felt like last year we dropped a couple easy ones at home or things we could have won, and you're still just right in the mix. You know, every year there's 2 or 3 at the top, and then everybody seems to be right in the middle. And so we've sat there kind of the past 2 years, and I think we have a lot of confidence. I think it can go any way. I think we'll be able to score and play with anybody. Defensively, I think we continue to show we're getting better. Even the second half of last season showed in the playoffs of the Warriors. Like I think there's another level defensively that we can get to. But it's hard to make prediction just because it also feels like the talent across the NBA is that, for me, I think like an all-time high. It feels like every team, there's very few that aren't trying to win anymore. And there's a lot of teams that you could easily put in. Say, I could see them as a 7-8. They could be in the play-in. And, I think we're going to be right there in the mix with anybody. I think we can beat anybody in any given night. It's just 82 games. Let's see if we can stay.
Mm-hmm. He said stay healthy at cutoff, obviously. And that's where we got in the conversation about how we're ripe right now for expansion. There's just too much talent. We brought up the Lonnie Walker signing with the Boston Celtics as an example. Just way too talented to be chasing a final roster spot. There's definitely room for expansion. And it's funny because there's a lot of fans listening right now that maybe weren't around or were too young, I would imagine, for the last time we had expansion. What was it? It was I don't know. I can't remember the order, but the last expansions we've had are the Heat, the Timberwolves, the Magic, I think the Grizzlies, the Vancouver Grizzlies, I want to say were the last 4. I want to say it was Vancouver and Minnesota, and then maybe Miami and I don't remember But get ready for the fun. Imagine if the expansion was over the summer. And I think if I remember correctly, the Kings you're allowed to protect. 2 teams will come in. There's an expansion draft to kind of start their rosters out. I think they get automatic lottery picks on top of that. And then I think you're allowed to protect, God, is it 8 players? I want to say it's 8. I'm sure I could look that up. But let me look at the Kings roster here. So you can protect 8. And hold on, my kids are texting me. Let's see. The Kings right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They have 17, but that would get pared down a little bit. So imagine trying to pare down the Kings roster. And by the way, contracts come into play. Sometimes players are left unprotected to see if those teams will take them and their contracts.
Sometimes there's an agreement of, hey, you're not really using me that much.
Yeah.
How about you just let me be allowed to be taken?
So, for example, the Kings would protect, obviously, Fox, Sabonis, Keegan, let me see, DeMar, Malik, that's 5, Trey Lyles, Keon Ellis, and then I don't know. I don't think I said Devin Carter yet.
No.
Okay. So then that leaves one spot. So you're letting go, amongst others, either Devin Carter or Kevin Huerter, along with Orlando Robinson, Jordan McLaughlin, Jalen McDaniels, Alex Len, Colby Jones. And you would think that if it was between Carter and Huerter, Hurd be the one left unprotected, you're almost certainly going to lose him. But anyways, just get ready for that in a few years when LeBron's Las Vegas LeBrons and the Seattle Supersonics enter the league. Now, the other clip we have from Kevin Huerter was on his injury.
We were talking before this. It's I can start going live September 5th. So just kind of been a long summer. You know, it's like anybody who's been through an injury or surgery, it's just tedious. It takes forever. Trying to be patient. They gave me like a 6-month recovery. And so trying to stay on track with that, but I feel good. Like I want to push more and get into it. October 1st, obviously training camp, what I'm looking forward to, but really kind of want to start doing more and start to get live and things of that nature.
So I had a couple conversations with sources close to the team, I think is what we're supposed to say. These are, as I like to call them, these are people that know things, 2 of them. And they'd heard the Huerter clips, and one of them called me, which then led to me calling someone else as well. And I'll give you the notes I took. The first one was that, and both of them said this, Kevin Huerter has been a man obsessed in the summer, working like nonstop, doing everything he can. He's going absolutely crazy, not being able to play. The idea is that this shoulder injury has been bothering him since his first year in Sacramento. Second half of the season is really where it started tweaking out a bit. And he has been frustrated. And full disclosure, by the way, and those of you who listen know this, we absolutely love Kevin Huerter here. He was our guest on the show the season before last. Really, really, really root for him. It's interesting to get some backstory now on this. So the shoulder thing, and we knew a little bit of this, had been bothering him. He got it taken care of. But it does sound like there's this, I don't want to call it a complex because that's the wrong word, but it's incredibly important to him to come back, not to prove the doubters wrong. It's not one of those like, well, I'm going to throw this in the face of my haters. It's not like that. It's more of, and I don't want to put words in his mouth. This is just, again, what people around him are saying. more of he feels like he hasn't shown the best of what he can do, and that his injury has let Kings fans down, and he doesn't want that to be the last word when it comes to his Kings tenure.
The first part of his first season, that was the best of Kevin Huerter.
Even if just that, I don't even know that that's his ceiling.
Even like 10% less than that.
I completely agree with you. If 90% of the Kevin Huerter from the start of the season to the All-Star break, the first year he was here, if we get 90% of that Kevin Huerter, now you consider his shoulder was hurting, development, all that stuff, I don't think that's his ceiling. I don't know how much higher the ceiling is, but I don't think that's his ceiling.
And it is tough to decide to have shoulder surgery.
Yeah.
Because once you decide that, it's like you start from zero to not being able to move your arm to just making tiny little incremental.
That's 100% right.
Upgrades
and
throughout it.
You said incremental. That's very important because that's my next note here. So he had to go through getting cleared for on-court exercises, then strength and conditioning exercises. He was obviously able to do some conditioning, but think about it. Your shoulder's jacked. You're limited on the cardio you can do.
It's interesting, like parts of your body that when they get hurt and you don't think that they have anything to do with you, like your foot for some reason has to do with like you moving from side to side.
100%. I mean, I can give you an example from a world-class athlete point of view. It was about 2 days ago. I was working out on the tonal, doing chest and all that. And then now I have this injury, or it's not an injury, but now I have this annoying knock in a place I've never, actually, coincidentally enough, it's my shoulder. But it's like my shoulder / whatever that muscle is on top of your shoulder that kind of goes into your neck. And it doesn't bother me a ton, except when I'm trying to sleep or I go to lift. Like, I can do all of this, and that's no problem. But if I lift something a certain way, it's like, yeah. And that's just big, fat, stupid me from a workout. I can't imagine with surgery and this and that, whatever, the amount of things your shoulder is involved in that you don't necessarily think your shoulder is involved in on a day-to-day basis. So he will be reevaluated in mid-October, and at that point, so that's, training camp, if you will, for full contact. Now, what's interesting about that note is he'll be reevaluated mid-October for full contact. Well, training camp starts, I believe, October 1st, because I think media day is generally the last Monday of September. So that would be September 30th if they stick to what generally happens, which means October 1st is where training camp starts. October 15th is mid-October, and I want to hold them right to that, but October 24th is the home opener. I'm saying this not because this is what this part I have not been told. This part I'm just gleaning from the the basic info I got. But if he's being reevaluated mid-October, so let's call mid-October as early as the 10th, as late as the 20th. The 15th is obviously the midpoint, but let's give him some grace there. If he's reevaluated, well, number one, if he's reevaluated and not cleared, well, that's easy. He ain't starting the season, and somebody else is going to start at the 2 or 3, depending on how they work their lineup. But even if he is cleared, it does make you wonder, are 9, 10, 11, 12 days enough for him to be ready for the season opener? So we've had conversations before. Well, who do you start at the 2? Do you start Kevin Huerter? Do you start Malik Monk? Do you start Keon Ellis? Do you start DeMar DeRozan and move? I've heard this one. Put DeRozan at the 2, Keegan at the 3, Trey Lyles at the 4. I mean, there's a number of combos that's been thrown out there. If Huerter's not playing or not ready for October 24th opener against Minnesota at Golden One Center, in a sense, it does make that decision a bit easier. And then you wonder, is that just a temporary thing? Who was it? Why am I blanking, man? Who was it? Was it last year? Who started the first 2, or was it Keegan's rookie year? God, I'm getting old. Someone started the first 2 games I think it was Keegan's rookie year. Someone started the first 2 games of that year And then I want to say Keegan started. Let me see here. I know I'm not smoking something here.
Was it Chimezi?
Was it Chimezi? I don't. That doesn't.
Because I want to say
Casey Akpala.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Casey Akpala started the first 2 years of
2 games.
2 games in 2 years. I think Murray was actually hurt, if I remember right. I could be wrong.
I think he had COVID.
Was that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah. Casey Akpala started the first 2 games. And then let's see. At Golden State was the 3rd game of the year. Now he started the first 3 games now. Let me see. I thought he started the first 2. Let me see. It's a great radio here. Game 4 against Memphis. Keegan Murray. So he started the first 3 games, not 2. And then Keegan Murray came into the starting lineup. That was Sabonis, Barnes, Murray, Fox, and Herter. And that was the lineup for the rest of the year. So again, very interesting. By the way, Keegan Murray was 7 of 15 in 39 minutes for 18.6 boards and just 2 turnovers. So there's your update on Kevin Herter. We'll take a break. When we come back, just 1 minute here. Brandon Aiyuk signed. Trent Williams now. I got a tennis question for you and a football question. More of a football statement. We'll get to that next.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
The final games of the 2024 Sacramento Rivercats season are upon us. Soak up the last days of summer at the ballpark at one of our remaining giveaway or theme nights. Giddy up for Wild West night. Get your wands at the ready for our inaugural Harry Potter night and cap off the season with Fan Appreciation Day. Plus, don't miss out on our final giveaway of the season, a Rivercats golfer hat to the first 2,500 fans on Friday, September 20th. For a complete promotions calendar and to purchase tickets, visit rivercats.com.
At Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, we make the dream of owning a new car easy and stress-free.
With prices that you just can't say no to. Save on our best selection of the year during the final days of the Honda Summer Event.
Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company. Sold on report.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
I saw this video yesterday, and I've seen a couple before, and I love them. It's like one of my favorite things on the internet right now. It's where this dude ties or straps a GoPro or something to his cat, and then the cat just shows like the cat's day from cat point of view.
Cats are getting in a lot of fights.
Well, this one, the one I saw in particular, like he had this crazy social life. He would just go up and like sniff back and forth with a few cats, and then you're watching them like jump through trees, and just from a cat point of view, like how nimble they are. And then I posted it, was like, I could watch these all day. Apparently, this is actually a regular thing. The cat's name is Mr. Kitters, which I love. It has 4.3 million followers.
Of course.
Apparently, I'm not the only one. Now, you put that on a dog, it's pretty boring. It's just sleeping all day. Sleep, food, water, go to the bathroom, maybe play with a toy for 5 minutes. Brandon Aiyuk, 3 for Madness, question 1.
Brandon Aiyuk signed yesterday, but is Trent Williams the more pressing issue?
Yes. Hey, it's great they got Aiyuk. It really is. It really, really is. But this is the big thing. This is the big deal. You gotta get Trent Williams in. That's the ball game. If you don't have Trent Williams, look, I'm not saying they can't beat the Jets and do this and that. They'll go, if undefeated is never losing, I won't say they'll go defeated and never win a game. But that's the ball game. And if you told me you can only have one, Aiyuk or Williams, and I know that's not the case, it would have been Trent Williams every day and twice on Sundays. So is it good they got Aiyuk? Yes. I'm impressed. Good job, John Lynch. You got him in. Hopefully everybody's happy. That's awesome. That's great. That's wonderful. Don't mean a thing if you don't have Trent Williams. It really doesn't. He is the alpha and the omega of that offensive line, which again is not a great offensive line to start with. They get away with a lot because of Trent Williams. And that's no offense to Jalen Moore or Jake Brendel or Aaron Banks or Colton McKivitz or any of the others. But not only is that offensive line not already great, but the Niners just placed John Feliciano on injured reserve yesterday. So it got worse. And if the 49ers, it's funny in the chat, we were going back and forth a little bit about their defense. Defense is fine. Ain't perfect, but it's a top 3 defense in the league. I'll take it. If there is a, if you remember I'll get nerdy here. You remember them Hobbit movies, the with the dragon, Smaug. And the only way you could kill
I know
it,
you like Harry Potter.
I do, is you had to shoot the spear through the armor to the one little opening where the heart was, and that's the only way you can get Benedict Cumberbatch the dragon. That little tiny opening for the Niners is their offensive line. That's their weak, soft underbelly. That's how you defeat them. And not only does a bad offensive line equate to your running game being an issue, your passing game becoming dink and dunk because Brock Purdy doesn't have time, but when you have a bad offensive line, weirdly enough, your running backs get injured. Your quarterback gets injured. There are many in this world that would say you start and end a competitive football team with an offensive line. Weirdly enough, the offensive line in football is defense in basketball. They're almost the exact same thing to the sport. They're not sexy. It's not popular. Nobody's got posters on their wall of Laramie Tunsil pancaking somebody or Jeff Saturday. They don't have it. It's not as exciting as touchdowns and passing and running and all that stuff. I get it. Same thing in the NBA. Defense isn't as exciting. But you look at those championship teams, almost every single one either has a phenomenal offensive line or guys like Trent Williams that can cover for others. So, yeah, you don't get Trent in, you can call it.
Didn't want to go with Death Star Porthole.
Death Star Porthole is a pretty good one. No, you're absolutely right. The problem with that is that's going to get me started on the whole. That's like the second biggest plot hole in Star Wars history.
No, it's not.
It's not?
They explain it in Rogue One.
They explain why they made
the guy that designed it made it there. Because,
No, I'm with you.
Okay.
But why did you do the same thing in the second one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Why? Maybe
that'll be another Star Wars movie.
Yeah, maybe learn from your mistakes in the first one. The fact you made a whole movie around it. Yeah, it's 2 huge plot holes in Star Wars. That's the second biggest. Number 2.
Question 2.
Carlos Alcaraz lost in straight sets yesterday at the U.S. Open. He's the 3 seed. Odds are next to none of you know the person he lost to. Is that a good or bad thing for tennis?
So you might be saying, well, how could that possibly be a good thing? Well, the good thing is parity on any given whatever day. The best in the world can lose, and hey, that's great. You never know what's going to happen. I'll go back to what I've always kind of said. Upsets are great in pretty much only one place, and that's the NCAA tournament, basketball. People say they want parity. People say they want upsets. But in reality, when you look at it, the most popular teams and the most popular athletes of all time are dominant dynasties. That's how it is.
I would push back a little bit because I think those dynasties are watched by 1, people that want to see them win, but 2, people that do want to see
that want to see them lose. No,
but you do need to get to that spot to where you feel like they're unbeatable.
I think that's incredibly fair. I think that's absolutely fair. So when you have a guy like Carlos Alcaraz, who was number 1 in the world not that long ago, and he lost to Bodic, I no disrespect, I'm doing my best here, Botic van de Zandschulp, which
I think he got it.
which, let's be honest, rolls right off the tongue. And he lost in straight sets. Now, we don't know the background, or maybe we do and I just didn't pay attention. I don't know if Alcaraz is hurt or whatever's going on. Maybe it was just that day. Maybe he had a headache. Who the hell knows? But I don't know the guy that beat him. I barely know what Carlos Alcaraz is. And you guys know every once in a while, Yannick Sinner is number 1 in the world. Alcaraz is number 3 in this tournament. Daniil Medvedev, I know that name, is number 5. The only reason I even know Yannick Sinner is because that's a cool last name. Novak Djokovic, I know. He's the 2 seed. But I feel like you should know the others. Also, who was it? Coco Gauff? Who got ousted yesterday? Someone got ousted from the good guys. Or good gals, I should say. Who the hell was it? Let me see. I thought it was Coco. Somebody good on. Oh no, it wasn't. It was Naomi Osaka. That was a name I recognized that got ousted yesterday. So I don't know. I feel like I should know more people in the U.S. Open. I should know more Americans in the U.S. Open. I don't. I know Novak Djokovic and a bunch of other people. And again, that's just, we need the Agassi's and the Samprases and the Capriatis and the Steffi Grafs and the Monica Selis's and the Yvonne Lendls, McEnroe's, Connorses. Come on. The tennis needs some personalities, man. Number 3, please.
Question 3.
This is the last weekend without NFL football of 2024. How will you pass the time?
Ooh, baby. I will. I don't know how I'll pass the time. Slowly. It's like the first day of school. I mean, coming up, even Thursday, just Thursday is going to be a great day. Just knowing there's football that night. Knowing we get to talk about it Friday.
Also a game on Friday.
I'll bet you there's a UFC or something cool going on Saturday night, plus college football. Then Sunday, you're going to have a full NFL slate. We'll have all day Monday to talk about it. Oh, and preview the Niners. And then the Niners play Monday night. And we'll have Tuesday to talk all about that. We have so much content. I'm not just talking about from a radio perspective. I'm talking about all of us have all this content. And then soon baseball will get interesting finally. Training camps will open up in a month for basketball. God bless it. We'll take a break. When we come back, this is the last Sunday for a long time until we don't have NFL football on Sunday. We're going to talk about that this time of year next.
De'Aaron Fox plays here.
Stolen by Fox. Breakaway coming up for De'Aaron. And a simple, casual
spike to the left hand. Kings lead by 3. Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your forecast looking very sunny today. Temperatures are going to be heating up again with daytime highs in the upper 90s, around 100 degrees, and winds staying fairly light. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Get Labor Day savings right now at Folsom Lake Kia. Coach Christie here reminding you, if you're in the market for a new car, shop Folsom Lake Kia for low payments now through Labor Day. FolsomLakeKia.com.
Lowe's knows Labor Day calls for big savings. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save up to $750 when you buy 2 or more select major appliances priced $396 or more. And My Lowe's Rewards members get 3 bags of premium 2 cubic foot color mulch for just $10. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 9/4 while supplies last. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your 4th line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Whitey here reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton and Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
California, it's the Ford Labor Day Sell-a-thon. 6 days of the biggest savings on an incredible selection. So visit your California Ford dealer now through September 3rd and get great offers across the lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs, like the built Ford Tough F-150 truck, part of Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 47 years and counting. Or the adventure-ready Ford Bronco Sport with GOAT modes to help you conquer the great outdoors. And check out the always electrifying Ford Mustang Mach-E with 0 to 60 thrills and 0 emissions. It's the Ford Labor Day Sell-a-thon, and it's your chance to save. Whether it's gas, hybrid, or all-electric, now's the best time to get behind the wheel of your brand new Ford truck or SUV and drive it home today. But hurry, these offers absolutely end September 3rd. So go to your California Ford dealer today. Based on 1977 to 2023 calendar year total sales.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sacktown Sports.
Just wanted to take a segment because you got to be fair. You know, I spend a lot of time during the summer grousing and whining about how relatively dead summer is when it comes to sports. And that doesn't mean that I don't appreciate and watch and love watching the Republic or, well, baseball's okay, but really, honestly, it's Republic for me. It's a few other things. We had the Olympics, but let's just be honest. From really, it starts in April. Well, it starts in February. Super Bowl happens. You just lost football for a year. That's depressing. But you still have, you know, basketball, Kings. Then April hits. The Kings generally are out of it by May, which is better than how it used to be in mid-April. But then you still have all of May and the beginning of June, at least for playoff basketball. And summer's not dead. You have the draft, you have the NFL draft, you have the NBA draft, you have free agency, and then you have summer league. You make what you can out of what you can. And I'm always really transparent about my whining, which is, hey, look, we gotta, it's a responsibility. I'm not gonna lie. It is a pressure I welcome, but honestly, I look in the chat on YouTube. I look at I guess I'll turn this around. I'm kind of fumbling here because I'm trying to make a point. I look at our numbers in the mornings. We're doing as good as we've ever done here on this station. Thank you. Of course. And that's a testament to our assistant program director and his leadership. And I guess the other guy too. And the fact is, and you can see it in the YouTube chat, and you can see it on the text line, and and I know this because the numbers weigh it out. For every person we see on YouTube, and we love you, and their family, and they're fantastic. There's about 100 people listening that don't text, don't call, they don't get in the chat. That's just how the numbers weigh out. We have the mathematics on it, and so I stress out because every day I have this sheet in front of me, 2-sided, sometimes 3 pages. Believe it or not, we prep on the show. Every segment we prep. Every single segment we prep, we lay out. We're not reading off a teleprompter, don't get me wrong. For example, this segment is the prep is this is the last Sunday until February without NFL football. Soon X, Y, and Z begins. Sports are rad. Talk to the audience. That's my prep. And then, you just go through the bullet points. The reason I whine about it is that it is an immense amount of pressure that, again, that's the job where you have 4 hours to fill. You can't have a bad day. You can't put your head in the cubicle. No offense to people that can do that. I'm just saying you can't do that. You have to do your best to compel people to listen, whether they're listening for 10 minutes or all 4 hours, because there are podcasts and there's social media and there's television and there's videos and there's God knows how many other ways you can spend your time. So the fact that you are showing up to this sports bar of ours and pulling up a chair and ordering the drink of your choice, I take that as a massive responsibility. You have done your part, which is showing up. We have to do our part, not just to get through. Look, every day I could just turn on, I could just go to ESPN.com. Literally, you could go to like 3 sports websites and be like, all right, the top story today is, Colorado wins yesterday, college football, and what's coming up in college football. And then just go down the line. North Carolina lost their new quarterback to injury versus Minnesota. Hey, a 4-star wide receiver committed. A lot of college football here. Alcaraz shocked in straight sets. Rich Hill pitched. Well, you go through all the sports stories, but then you filter those to, well, what could be interesting? What is local? What can spawn a good conversation? And you get through the day, right? And then the very next day, everything's blank. Not to mention, we don't generally do guests in the summer that much. Why am I explaining all of this? Because if I'm going to whine about that, then I have to turn around and do the opposite and just tip my cap and feel just so giddy and euphoric. The opposite of the depression that sets in around February. Giddy and euphoric that Greg Papa's back today. Dave Richards back. We'll announce the rest of our lineup, a lot of familiar names, but soon you guys all have a really good idea. We haven't lost anyone to my knowledge, and we're actually hoping to add a big name or two to the calendar this year. You deal with the content that you have, and it's a lot more challenging in the summer, but for as challenging as it is in the summer, in the fall, especially, it's almost too much content. There will be things that we will not be able to get to in September, and then especially October, November, December, which is the primest of the prime time. Those are the golden months, even January. There will be things that we won't be able to get to that would be top 2, top 3 topics in the summertime. That's just how it is. Football starts Thursday, Chiefs, Ravens. College football started already and really, truly kicks off overall tomorrow. Baseball pennant race, September 1st. You're down the stretch. You got about a month and a half left. Obviously, NFL, then training camp opens September or October 1st. The next week, you've got preseason games, and we'll all do the thing where we try to tune in somewhere to wherever the preseason game's at against whoever it is. And then the NBA begins. And then everybody's back. You have it all. So I guess that's my long, convoluted way of saying I love sports. I love the distraction. I appreciate each and every one of you for sticking it through the summer for some really good shows. That's the one thing when you lack content. Sometimes you make up some really good content. You have some great conversations you may not have time to have, some long form stuff. And also some shows that just, to be honest, just thank you. It's almost like you should get a tax write-off for listening. I get it. Fully transparent about that. But we're back. We're back. And when we come back, everyone's happy in these parts. If you're a 49er fan about the Brandon Aiyuk signing, but that doesn't mean that everybody's happy. We'll give a listen to the other side of the coin, and that's going to be Pittsburgh radio and how they reacted, or at least one host in particular, what it sounded like if you're a Pittsburgh Steelers fan to the news that Brandon Aiyuk signed, or re-signed, I should say, with the Niners. We'll take a break. Remember, Dave Richard at 8:13 in just about a half an hour. Mayor Guerrero of West Sacramento joins us at 8:44. And then Greg Papa, Niners at 9, his debut for the season. We're right back after this.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
The handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sacktown Sports.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. What's going on for Hoblet's Labor Day sales event?
Right now, you can save up to $12,500 off MSRP on new 2023 Dodge Charger SXTs, starting at only $27,995. That's less than the cost of a lot of used cars, and it's brand new.
And did I hear you just had a grand opening?
Yes, we just opened the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter in historic downtown Woodland. We have over 200 used cars available and over 80 under $20,000. Whatever car you need, Hoblet can help.
You've got to see the new Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter. Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$12,500 total net savings after $39.20 factory rebates and $85.80 dealer discounts. Rebates may include $1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance coupon. Must trade a 2005 or newer vehicle with less than 160,000 miles. Only available while supplies last. 5% savings, $27,995. Sample VIN 666-710.
Welcome to the Tap House Restaurant at Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course. With an array of local craft brews from a selection of 20 taps, the Tap House menu boasts freshly made sandwiches, crisp salads, and a variety of specialty entrees. The Tap House is the perfect place for a round after your round at Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course, especially during happy hour from 3 to 6 daily. Drop by the Tap House Restaurant for scenic views, exquisite food, and a hearty welcome. The Tap House at Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course.
They say the hardest part of getting something done is getting started. Well, we did that 30 years ago when California first took on the tobacco industry. Now, smoking is down 60%, lung cancer 42%. A couple of our cities have already ended tobacco sales. A California without big tobacco isn't just possible, It's already happening. See our progress at undo.org.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue.
Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
It's the Labor Day Sell-a-thon at Folsom Lake Ford. Get low finance rates and zero down deals on approval of credit right now. Shop Folsom Lake Ford, over 35 years in the Folsom Auto Mall. And tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you.
In the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
This is going to be funny for anybody tuning in over the next 30 seconds to a minute that doesn't hear this part. They're going to think they're in the wrong place. This is Pittsburgh Radio, 93.7 The Fan. Now, by the way, we're not cracking on them or making fun of them. They're doing their job, and who knows, I'm sure if Aiyuk had signed with Pittsburgh, there'd be a similar segment on radio here in the Bay Area. The name of the show is, I think I'm reading this right, it's real small, Power of Bowser. Seriously, that's the name. Dude, I'm reading the logo, man.
This is on the Nintendo Network?
93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh. And this is how it sounded yesterday, shortly after Brandon Aiyuk signed, or should I say extended his contract with the Niners.
Well, some breaking news. Brandon Aiyuk has signed with the San Francisco 49ers. It is a 4-year deal for Aiyuk worth $120 million, $30 million per year. For Aiyuk, that is according to all the head honchos out there. This ain't fake. This ain't phony. Brandon Aiyuk ain't coming to Pittsburgh. Brandon Aiyuk is staying right in San Francisco. This broke while I was chatting with Mark Cabali.
Oh, Mark.
I even asked him about Aiyuk 5 minutes before we got to that point. Listen, this is a black eye on the Steelers front office. It is. You can praise Omar Khan all you want. You can send the gifts. You can send the videos. You can send the Omar coming gift from The Wire all you want. They have gotten universal praise for their job so far. They deserve heavy criticism here. They played a game of chicken with the 49ers for the last several months. They let receiver after receiver after receiver go by the wayside. And here we are with Jack Squat. You got Van Jefferson as your wide receiver too. Van Jefferson had 209 yards last season. This is where we're at right now. The Steelers have one of the worst receiver rooms in all of football, and it's going to stay that way. No Brandon Aiyuk.
That's how they came back from break.
Power of Bowser is a car dealership.
Oh,
in Pennsylvania.
what?
Bowser Automotive, also known as Power of Bowser.
I thought that was the show name, which would be awesome. Yeah. You know, look, I get it. It certainly is. I'm certainly not doing a segment here ripping Pittsburgh radio. I get it. He's right. Look at it from a Steelers standpoint. Now, I will say this. I will say this in defense of the Steeler GM. You tried to create an opportunity to grab one of the best wide receivers in football, and it sounds like you were semi-close.
Semi-close to getting a player from a team that did not want to trade him.
Yeah. And it takes two to tango. It does. It takes two to tango. You can do everything you can as a GM. You can't control, or I should say it's incredibly difficult to control if you're being used for leverage, or if the team is playing hardball, if the player is playing hardball, if both are playing hardball. I think the fact that you even got to within sight of the finish line is a pretty good accomplishment. But, you know, you don't want to hear that. You don't want to confuse effort with results in this business. I understand that. Now, where they do have a point is you hope there's a backup plan, because although Van Jefferson, I'll say it again, is an underrated receiver in the NFL, but he's not Brandon Aiyuk. I think he'll do better for Pittsburgh than a lot of people think, again, depending on how Russ Wilson or Justin Fields does. Wilson, of course, being the starter day one. But I think Van Jefferson's, he's more than just a throwaway. He is capable. If he's healthy and has the right quarterback, he's a capable 1,000-yard receiver. He truly is. I know that sounds silly, but if you've seen Van Jefferson play, you know it's not that silly. But he's not Brandon Aiyuk. And now Pittsburgh goes into I think what's really crushing for fans, not that I necessarily care about, how Steeler fans feel, but if I'm taking off my, bread and gold here for a second, it looks a lot better to have George Pickens and Brandon Aiyuk than George Pickens and Van Jefferson. And by the way, to have Pickens, Jefferson, and Aiyuk, well, now all of a sudden, you have a phenomenal receiving core. Again, remember, George Pickens, who has made a mistake here and there, don't get me wrong, but still managed over 1,100 yards receiving last year on just 63 catches. You want to talk about a home run threat? That's 18 yards a reception. That's pretty damn good. And he's 23, and he's just going to get better going into his third year. I'm perfectly fine with George Pickens. As a matter of fact, had the Niners made a trade with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Pickens was involved, I would be sitting here saying right now that there is every bit as good a chance that George Pickens in his third year in the Niners system is going to have better numbers than Brandon Aiyuk in Pittsburgh. As a matter of fact, that would be an incredibly interesting bet. And I got to be honest with you. If Brandon Aiyuk had been traded to the Steelers and George Pickens was part of the deal coming back, and I'm probably wasn't even going to happen, but let's just say, in trying to illustrate how good George Pickens is, I would actually bet that Pickens would have, if both were healthy, that Pickens would have better numbers because of the system, because of who he's getting the ball from, because of the fact that he's not going to be double teamed every single possession like he is right now. And because he's a damn good young receiver. So Steeler fans should be emboldened by the fact that they have a very good receiver in George Pickens, a guy I'm very, very high on. Van Jefferson's problem is that he can't stay healthy. The 1 year he stayed healthy and he played 17 games, the first year they had that, he had 50 catches and 802 yards. That's his second year in the league. He's still only 28 years old. But if he stays healthy, he's going to approach 1,000 yards if he's got the right guy throwing him the ball, like Matt Stafford. So anyways, not trying to do Steeler sports radio, but that's the other side of the equation. And say what you want about Steeler fans and the Steelers in general, that is a hell of a football town. And that is a huge fan base, a proud fan base with as good a history in the NFL as anyone else. You can put their history up right there with the Patriots, with the Niners, now with the Chiefs, obviously, the Cowboys. I know not recently, but the Bears. Speaking of the Bears, I'll take the rest of the segment to talk about the Bears. I do this every year. I do it every single year. I do this. And I want to admit that I do it every single year, damn near. Because it's Hard Knocks, and I fall for it. I fall for the banana in the tailpipe every single flipping time. But guys, Chicago could be good this year. And I get what you're saying. LOL, Dave. You watched Hard Knocks. You did this last year with the Jets. Yeah, I did it last year with the Jets. Great defense, good young players, Aaron Rodgers, just like everybody's doing it. I can't help that Rodgers got hurt. Caleb Williams looks like the real deal. We'll see, but he looks like the real deal. You have DeAndre Swift and a phenomenal backup in Khalil Herbert who could start on a lot of teams. DJ Moore is a stud, just got the biggest contract in Bear history. Keenan Allen is a stud. Rome Odunze was a steal at number 9. Cole Kmet is just a above average good tight end. And that defense ain't nothing to shake a stick at either, led by Jalen Johnson, who's one of the best corners in the game. I'm not trying to say the Bears are going to win the division. I'm not trying to say the Bears are going to win the Super Bowl. But could the Bears be a 9-7? Excuse me, no, they couldn't be a 9-7. A 10-7, a 9-8 team? I swear to God, I think so. I really, truly do. On paper, that is a pretty damn decent team. Obviously, revolves around Caleb Williams not making too many rookie mistakes, but the talent is absolutely there. And by the way, guys, the Bears were 7-10 last year with Justin Fields. And with Luke Getsy as their offensive coordinator. No offense, Raider fans, but he's gone. He didn't fit in there. They were 7-10. That's 2 games away. Flip that around. And by the way, they won 4 of their last 6, 5 of their last 7. Beat Detroit. Beat Minnesota. Hammered the Raiders, hammered the Commanders. Just saying. We'll take a break when we come back. Dave Richards going to join us at 8:13. Get your questions ready. But fantasy football drafts this weekend for most of you. What do you think? Why is football the best fantasy sport for a lot of us that started out with baseball? And I want to hear your traditions and punishments. 916-339-1140 on the text. 1-800-920-1140 on the phone. We'll be right back after this.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sacktown Sports.
Oh my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey Sacramento, it's Malik Monk and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your forecast looking very sunny today. Temperatures are going to be heating up again with daytime highs in the upper 90s to around 100 degrees and winds staying fairly light. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
I'm Coach Doug Christie, urging you to visit my friends at Folsom Lake Kia for huge Labor Day savings on your next new or certified pre-owned Kia. And tell them DC sent you. FolsomLakeKia.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Most amateurs like to play for something on the course, and you'll be pleased to know the USGA doesn't object to informal wagering when it's a friendly bet with your friends. Some of the most popular wagers are the Nassau, which is 3 bets. Low score on the front, low score on the back, and a low score for the full 18. In a round robin, 2 members of the foursome team up against the other 2, but the catch is the partners rotate every 6 holes. In skins, the player that wins the hole earns the skin. If there's a tie, the skin is carried over and the next hole is worth 2 skins. And of course, don't forget wagers for greenies, landing your shot on a par 3 green, sandies, earning a save from the sand, woodies, parring after hitting a tree, and of course, arnies, parring without hitting the fairway in honor of Arnold Palmer. So play away. Your amateur status is safe. For Golf to Go, I'm Frank LaRosa.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, nonstop issue, and they're finally walking into the Good Feet store. Okay, the guy that came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. I looked at him, I said, "Are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?" I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopier.com.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a 2-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sacktown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then
boom, with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Yeah, MC's singing. He's a huge Bears fan on the chat, which you're more than welcome to roll in. Please hit like and subscribe and all that fun stuff. MC's a big Bears fan, our chat captain, and one of our chat captains. I say Zebra's the other one because they're nice.
Alpha, Omega, Yin Yang, the two of them. He's saying until we get a quarterback that can throw for 4,000 or more yards, I'm not believing the hype. I get that, because that would, by the way, be a first. I don't disagree with that. And honestly, I think that's a hell of a number to put on Caleb Williams. That's a really tough number to put on Caleb Williams, his rookie year. But, again, the stereotypical, mandatory, federally mandated injuries aside, but Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, DeAndre Swift, and Khalil Herbert can catch out of the backfield, especially Swift. And Cole Kmet. Like, it's doable. I wouldn't be shocked if Caleb either approached or hit 4,000. There were 10 quarterbacks in the league last year that broke 4,000 yards. Trevor Lawrence, Baker Mayfield, C.J. Stroud, Jordan Love, Patrick Mahomes, Purdy, Allen, Prescott, Goff, and Tua. And by the way, Stafford and Howell, Sam Howell of the Commanders were, I bet you wouldn't have picked that, were both within about 50 yards or less of hitting 4,000, 3,946, 3,965. I think it's a coin flip. If you told me Caleb Williams is going to play at least 16 games, let's say he misses one. If you told me he was going to play at least 16 and that team was going to stay relatively healthy, I know injuries happen, not everybody's going to stay healthy, but relatively healthy. If you told me that in advance, then I would say it's actually a coin flip. It's a coin flip as to whether or not Caleb Williams would hit 4,000 yards his rookie year. Let's not forget, this guy's a stud. This dude is an absolute, he was a number one pick for a reason. And by the way, he threw for 4,500 yards at USC a couple years ago. So he can throw. Anyway. Interested to see where a guy like Caleb Williams. The Bears are also an interesting fantasy league team as well, because DeAndre Swift's going to get drafted by, so everyone will have DeAndre Swift. I don't know where, but they'll have him. DeAndre Swift will be in RB1 or 2. If you've got an 8-team league or more, DeAndre Swift's going to start in every single league you're in, at least week 1. But then DJ Moore will definitely also be a starter, assuming you've got a 3 wide receiver, 2 in a flex league. I would say DJ Moore will start in pretty much every single league. Keenan Allen is going to get drafted in every league, no doubt about it. And I would imagine it's going to start as well. Let's not forget, Keenan Allen had 108 catches and 1,200 yards last year. He had 1,100 yards in 2021. The only reason he's not sitting on 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons because he missed 7 games last year. He still had 750. 992 before that in 14 games. And then he broke 1,000 3 straight years, 17, 18, and 19. Playing in all 16. So let's not forget, Keenan Allen has caught 100 passes or more in 5 seasons. So, and then, oh, by the way, you have Roma Dunze, who's one of the best wide receivers in college football, and I think was the second wide receiver taken in the draft behind Marvin Harrison Jr. I think he was number 9. So you have a top 10 pick wide receiver to go with Keenan Allen and DJ Moore. And let's just say it, those are 2 of the best receivers in the NFL. They are. So look, I understand as a Kings fan, I completely understand why you wouldn't get over the moon. And as a Bears fan, it's one of those I'll believe it when I see it. I do. But hey, man, that is a and by the way, at least you're not the Panthers, because the Bears traded the number 1 pick, you may remember, to the Panthers, who were previously selecting at number 9. The Bears got DJ Moore. The Bears got the number 9. The Bears got a second-round pick all that year. And then they got Carolina's first-round pick and second-round pick last year. That first-round pick, of course, became the number 1 pick, which was Caleb Williams. And Carolina, let's just say, didn't do too great with the return. They did not do great with the return. Period. End of statement. But with fantasy coming up, a lot of you are having drafts this weekend. If you're in a fantasy league and you had a draft when there were still preseason games to go, you're in the wrong fantasy league. Every single commissioner should be pressured to be doing drafts this weekend. Or when I say this weekend, anytime, I would say between Tuesday of this last week and Wednesday of the following week. I honestly would prefer to do all of my drafts Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday leading up, just because you never know. There's nothing worse than drafting somebody and then, oh, they got hurt in this preseason game, or, oh, they got hurt in training camp. Freak injury. Happens every year. When it comes to traditions, when it comes to punishments, I mentioned before, the whole limo gets not enough is done for the league champion. League champions should always get something other than getting paid. In my legacy league, the one I've been in the longest, the league champion gets to pick where he gets to pick his draft. The draft draw happens after the league champion is picked where he picks, which is a cool thing to give. It's also, by the way, it's not always. I want to say 3 out of the last 6 years, our league champion has not taken the number 1 pick. In fact, I want to say 2 years ago, it didn't work out for him, but 2 years ago, he took the last pick in the first round because he wanted to double up and thought it was all, fairly even. Told you if they're late to a draft, whoever's late to the draft has to wear a Pink Panther outfit for the duration of the draft. Usually we draft outside, so it's incredibly hot. Remember to have, if you're drafting, wherever you're drafting, if you're having an in-person draft, remember to have a couple of surge suppressors, extension cords, so people can plug in their laptops. I will lament the fact that in-person drafts seem to be dying out. I don't want to be in a league where there's not in-person drafts. It's so sad. I get it, and a lot of times people move away, especially when you're in an older crowd. People move away, they still want to be in the league, all that stuff. I understand that, but they can join online, or somebody calls them and puts them on speakerphone. There's nothing wrong with that. Hell, right now you could Zoom them off a laptop and cast them onto a TV and have them draft from there. It's not an issue. People have Zoom drafts all the time. Microsoft Teams draft. Somebody had a plug-in for one of theirs. I don't know if it was Microsoft Teams or what, but it was super cool because they had like 4 people drafting online, and you had all their faces on the screen, and they cast it to a TV. And then they had this plug-in where they had like the timer and who'd already been drafted. In one of my other leagues, and I'm not a drinker, so I make sure to never do this, but if I do, I got to do it. Somebody brings a bottle of Goldschlager to every draft. And if you draft somebody that's already been drafted, you have to take a shot, which some might say is not a punishment. Usually it's a Jaeger, and nobody wants to take a shot of Jaeger. So if you have questions, if you're looking for that player that's going to be the surprise this year, that's going to make the difference, maybe the player that's slipping because he was hurt last year, or you got questions, 916-339-1140 is the text line. 1-800-920-1140 is our phone line, and you can get in the YouTube chat because the guru of all fantasy, Dave Richard, will join us in just 1 minute from CBS Sports, and we'll break everything down for you. So let's take notes. He joins us next.
What's the missing piece for the 49ers?
Which names will they add during free agency? Whether it's in season or off season, the coverage never stops. Get the latest 49ers news on Sacktown Sports at sacktownsports.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and Woodland. Chad, what's going on for the Labor Day sales event?
Get the Jeep you've always dreamed of when you save up to $20,000 off MSRP on all remaining new 2024 Jeep Wrangler Rubicon X and high-altitude 4xe.
Whoa, did you really say $20,000 off? Plus, you save thousands more at the pump?
That's not it. You can also save up to $17,000 off MSRP on all remaining new 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xes and $15,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xes.
If you've ever wanted a Jeep, now is the time to do it. See their full selection at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
20,000 total net savings after $4,250 rebates and $15,750 dealer discount. 17,000 total net savings after $4,250 rebates and $12,750 dealer discount. 15,000 total net savings after $4,250 rebates and $10,750 dealer discount. Rebates includes $3,750 federal EV tax credit offered by third party subject to change without notice. Consult a tax professional for eligibility. 10 at this net savings. See dealer for details.
Welcome back. Fantasy football time. Dave Richard, CBS Sports. Now, I know we had him last year. Last year was like preseason. Or last week. I like preseason. I mean, he was in regular season form, don't get me wrong. But let's be honest, this is the week, as I just said in the last segment. This is where you should be having your fantasy drafts. Preseason's over. I believe fantasy drafting should be made federally illegal prior to the final preseason game. Final preseason game ends between there and the draft. That's where you should be drafting. 12th year with us from CBS Sports, Dave Richard. Good morning, David.
How did I survive 12 years?
I don't know, dude, but desperation, loneliness.
I mean, I think the larger question is, how did you survive 12 years?
You know, the radio station is an escape from my family. It's my happy place. So honestly, in fantasy football coming up, we were talking about traditions / punishments. Now, I know you're in 146 leagues and it's part of your job and you have to be, but have you ever been a part of a league that had either a fun tradition or a fun punishment going there?
Would you believe that the answer to that question is no?
I would not believe that. Really?
All the leagues I'm in, and I'm playing leagues with people at work and buddies that I've known since high school, family members, all that stuff. Never a punishment, never anything bad if you finish in last place.
I was saying our big punishment isn't for whoever finishes in last. It's if anybody shows up late to the draft, if we're waiting on them, let's say it's at 5:00, they show up at 5:01, and inevitably almost every year it happens. We have an old Pink Panther mascot costume that just stinks of beer and BO that they have to wear for the entire draft. I feel like that's fair.
Yeah, that's rough. That's really rough. Like if I knew that I had to wear that for the entire draft and I got my hands on it before the draft, I'd take it to the dry cleaner.
Of course, but you don't. No, that's the thing. Then inevitably someone's there.
And then, so now I've got this stinky thing in my house for 360. Where does it go after I wear it on draft day?
It's usually at the host of the same person usually hosts the draft, but if not, whoever had it last will bring it over, and then it's just sitting there. And the guy shows up and he's late, and everybody says, "Put it on." And then he's just gotta throw the thing on, and he's got to sit there and draft. We all take pictures with him. It's fun.
Is there a picture of you in this outfit?
Not once. Nope. But the reason is not because I'm some punctual studly dude. No, the reason is usually I like to I usually host them. Almost always 95% of the time I host the draft. And if I don't, because when I host, I usually cook for everybody. And even when I go on the road, most of the people in my league aren't the best cooks. So I'll usually bring something over. So I always get there early. I get there early so I can prep everything. So, because you got to eat before the draft, You
You're like the social coordinator of your league.
I mean, I was lamenting this in the last segment. It's the older I feel like I get, the more people start dropping off of the in-person. And if you move away, that's fine. And I know, again, with your job, you've got to draft online probably almost everything, but I think there's nothing like the in-person draft, everyone talking garbage and laughing. Some of these guys you don't see at all except that year. And then everybody inevitably, they say the two biggest times in the world that people lie is before a romantic interaction and after a fantasy football draft, because everybody has won the championship.
Very good.
So how are you doing? And I guess I'll start out with the question, of course, everybody asks, who or whomst is the person or people that are coming out at you as the ones that are getting forgotten the most, the ones that are dropping the furthest when they shouldn't? Who has been consistently what you've seen as the best values coming out of your draft so far?
We actually got done talking about this on our podcast just now. There are a number of wide receivers who have an ADP of round 5 or later that really shouldn't have an ADP of what they have. And that sentence sounded a little silly, but I'll give you some examples. Malik Neighbors is a late round 5 pick in CBS ADP. What that means is that on average, he's getting picked round 5, round 6, maybe even later. People are not waking up to the fact that this guy is going to be a target monster in New York. Yes, his quarterback is terrible, but he's still going to get a lot of targets, and he is an outstanding playmaker after the catch, and he's outstanding at getting open deep downfield. He is a great do-it-all wide receiver. Malik Neighbors should be a 3rd-round pick, not a 5th-round pick. Other wide receivers that are just going way late in drafts, and I'm targeting these guys, Dave. Calvin Ridley, Terry McLaurin, Chris Godwin. These are 3 names right here. I've got all 3 of them ranked ahead of Michael Pittman, Stephon Diggs, Zay Flowers, names that you know, names that fantasy receivers have had some success with at some point or another in the last 1 to 5 years in the case of Diggs. But I think that they're all in much better situations to get more targets, to do more with them, and to be very productive after they had sort of a down year. And even Ridley, with all the touchdowns he scored last year, I think he had a down year. Those are the guys that kind of stand out to me, along with the advice that I'll give everybody, which is, and this goes hand in hand with what I said about Neighbors, don't be hesitant with the rookies, especially the wide receivers. This was an outstanding rookie wide receiver class. You all know about Marvin Harrison. His ADP is late round 2. He should be an early round 2 pick. Neighbors, we already talked about. But then there's other rookie receivers like Xavier Worthy, like Rome Odunze, Keon Coleman, Ladd McConkey. These are all guys that should be on a fantasy roster. And if you're sitting there in round 8 or later and they're there, you should jump on them. Brian Thomas, I don't even think I said his name.
No.
He should be a round 7 pick. He's ridiculously good. Be open to taking at least one rookie receiver in your draft this year.
Let's talk fundamentals. When people draft, a lot of times they either put too much or too little, depending on the camp you're in, emphasis on bye weeks. What is your strategy? Are you a load up for, if you can, load up the bye weeks? Or are you a separate the bye weeks? Or are you I'll deal with it when I deal with it. I'm drafting the best player. I don't care what the bye week is.
Mostly I deal with it when I deal with it because there's going to be 1 week where you don't have some players, and you don't want to have 1 week where you don't have everybody. You don't want to draft. I'm just looking at the NFL schedule right now. You don't want to have Travis Kelce, Puka Nacua, Devon Achane on the same team. They're all on bye in the same week. So you kind of want to diversify there. It's sort of like drafting too many players early on from the same team. You want to diversify your roster a little bit, just like you might with the stock market. But you do want to keep an eye on the bye weeks, and especially don't want to have your top 2 running backs or your top 2 wide receivers with the same bye. There are also 3 weeks that are going to be pains in the butts for fantasy managers this year. Week 6, that's the week where Kansas City, the Rams, the Dolphins, the Vikings, they're all on bye. Week 12 and week 14. And week 14 especially, Dave, that's the last regular season week for most people in fantasy. They're gearing up for the playoffs. Weeks 12 and 14, 6 teams on bye each week.
Wow.
It's preposterous what the NFL did to us by throwing 6 teams in there. And so let me just read off the teams because they're not all great teams, but Baltimore is on that list. Denver is on that list. Houston and Indy. You know how many good fantasy players
oh my gosh,
there are on those 2 teams?
Yep.
New England. Do you know how none of those players on fantasy teams? So that's one we can avoid. And even Washington. Like, I think Washington's offense is going to be a lot of fun this year. So just be really careful about those weeks 12 and 14, because there's going to be a lot of teams that are sitting out, a lot of players that are on bye. If you can work around those weeks, not have too many starters missing those games, I think your fantasy team will be in great shape to make that playoff run.
Dave Richard, CBS Sports, joining us. So let's talk about running back situations. We'll start in your neck of the woods, the Miami Dolphins. Last year, the touchdown leader in the NFL, Raheem Mostert, surprised a lot of people, won a lot of people, a lot of leagues. Devon Achane, of course, his handcuff, if you will, but we wouldn't call him a handcuff. I think he had, 8 touchdowns last year? He was a stud in his own right. What are you doing with those guys this year?
I am avoiding Devon Achane at his ADP.
Okay.
And his average draft position is late round 2, early round 3, and he does have league-winning upside. We saw it last year. He had a bunch of games with over 20 PPR points. But this is a Dolphins offense that wants to use multiple running backs week in and week out. And I was able to go to 4 Dolphins practices this August. And in all 4 of the practices, Mostert was working ahead of Achane. Not to say that he's going to be the lead back. They're both going to split. But he was working ahead of him in the 2-minute offense, in short yardage situations, in individual drills, whatever. It's clear that Mostert's got seniority, and based on what he did last year, he's going to have pole position, to use a Mike Tomlin term, to begin the season at running back. And Achane's definitely going to get work. If you go back and you look through Achane's numbers last year, the majority of his big games came in blowouts. So there's that game like the Dolphins and the Broncos. Dolphins won by 50 points. It was great. Yeah, Achane kind of had a coming out party that day, but a lot of the numbers came in the second half. And I don't know how many blowouts the Dolphins will be involved in. And I don't know even if there are blowouts, if Achane is in the position to take that role, it might be rookie Jalen Wright who could be in that role. And they like Wright. And I'll tell you what, Wright looks good. All the running backs in Miami look pretty good. So I'm a little nervous about going in on Achane, knowing that almost no matter what the situation is, there will be another running back there that will take work away from him. That hurts his upside, and we know that he's got some durability issues going back to college. And that might mean that he's got some downside that people don't bake in enough.
Dave Richard joining us. You said don't be afraid to take a rookie wide receiver. Let's switch to rookie quarterback. So you've got Caleb Williams, number 1 pick, stud out of USC. But beyond that, you have DeAndre Swift and Khalil Herbert in the backfield. They add Keenan Allen, who's a 1,000-yard receiver last year, to go DJ Moore. Just got the highest contract in the Bears' history. We saw that on Hard Knocks. They get the number 9 pick in the draft, Rome Odunze, and some people say he was drafted too low. Cole Kmet at tight end. What are your thoughts on Caleb Williams' fantasy value and where you should be looking to grab him, if at all?
His average draft position is in round 9, and I'm fine with that. I'd probably try and wait a round later on him. I do like Jaden Daniels better because I think Daniels will rush for more yardage, and I think he's a better passer at this point than Caleb Williams, although it's very close between the two of them. However, Caleb definitely has the edge in terms of who he's throwing to. That's a really good receiving core that you just told everybody about. And the running backs are great as well. You forgot about Roshan Johnson. He's going to be a factor in Chicago. That kind of hurts DeAndre Swift's upside. And Caleb Williams will also run for some touchdowns. He was very good at that at Southern Cal. I believe he converted 9 of 11 carries at the goal line last year. So he knows how to do that, and even ran for a touchdown in the preseason. But I don't know if he can go and put up rock star numbers. I don't know if he can do what CJ Stroud did last year.
Right.
He might be able to, and he's absolutely worth taking that chance on with a late pick in the event that he does. But even the Bears owner was cautioning people this week about expecting too much too soon from Caleb Williams. He's the perfect type of number 2 quarterback to go after, knowing that he's got some great upside, but not trusting him in your fantasy lineup right away.
Last thing for you as we round up here. So Elijah Mitchell just got put on season-ending IR. Christian McCaffrey's a little banged up. Sounds like he should be okay for week 1, but despite the fact that he's been pretty healthy for San Francisco, he hasn't always been healthy his entire career. He's a year older. What, if anything, did Mitchell going on the IR do for you with Jordan Mason?
Moved up Jordan Mason into a round 10 range.
Okay.
And I've been a fan of Jordan Mason ever since he went to San Francisco. And I especially loved how he looked in the preseason. Not to be fair, preseason's preseason. It's hard to take it seriously, but he had some unreal vision and cutback ability that I don't know if I'd seen from him before. But Kyle Shanahan knew that he had it in him, and he stayed patient with him. And I think it'll pay off. And it might even be to the point where in week 1 against the Jets, that's a tough matchup. Maybe Christian McCaffrey doesn't get his normal workload. He can be effective and he can still get high-value touches, but maybe there's like 7 to 10 touches in there for Jordan Mason. And you mentioned it, Dave. CMC is a year older. He's 28 years old. He's coming off of a year where he had over 400 touches if you include the playoffs. The last time he had a season where he came off of 400-plus touches, he had serious injuries the following 2 years. I'm not putting that juju on Christian McCaffrey.
Right.
I don't want that to happen. I'm taking Christian McCaffrey with the first overall pick if I get the first overall pick in my drafts. But you better believe that when my pick is up, I might have to say that first pick in round 9, I would strongly consider locking up the investment in the 49ers offense and taking Jordan Mason, because I think it's going to be Mason that backs up McCaffrey in the event that Christian McCaffrey misses time. So I'm good with him in round 10 for everybody else. But if I've got Christian McCaffrey and I've made that big investment with the top pick, I want to safeguard it because I know what a running back in this offense is capable of doing.
That's CBS Sports' Dave Richard. A lot of time now for some people between now and the draft, whether it's tonight, over the weekend, next week. They're going to want a lot more information than we gave them. And we packed in a lot in a few minutes. So where can they find the great Dave Richard?
You can find me and the rest of the crew on YouTube. Search for Fantasy Football Today, our podcast for today, Friday. Listen, you can download it to your podcast platform and listen to it wherever you go. But you can also watch it on YouTube. It's there right now. It's an hour of ADP review. It's the perfect type of draft prep to get you ready for the weekend. And all the content's on CBS Sports. I'm on X at Dave Richard. And I've even got that sleeper for you, Dave. I know you asked last week, and I didn't settle on it.
Yeah, I've got the notes right
here. You know
here.
who it is already, but I feel like I got to tell the audience.
So just for those of you new, every year we have the Alf Morris Memorial. Now he's still with us, but the Alf Morris Memorial Sleeper of the Year. This is one of Dave Richard's. This is a big expertise thing for him. He's very, very good at this. Every year we get one name. Who is it this year? Says the guy who
Josh Palmer of the Chargers is the sleeper.
Yes.
And his ADP is into round 11, 12. And I would take him in round 9 at the absolute early, maybe even earlier than that, maybe round 8, because I think he's going to be the number 1 receiver for the Chargers. But there's a whole story on CBS Sports. I'll shoot it out on X. All the sleepers that I love this year, Jordan Mason's on that list. Chuba Hubbard, Zach Ertz. You remember him, Dave?
Yeah.
He's on that list as well. But the one that I like better than everybody else is Josh Palmer down in L.A.
24 years old, out of Tennessee, 3rd-round pick, 38 catches, 581 last year, following up an almost 800-yard year the year before. And as we talked about earlier, Keenan Allen is now on the Bears. He is the number 1 receiver on the Chargers. So there you go. And you can read more about that and more sleepers right where Dave told you to go. And always follow him on X. We'll retweet that and more coming up. All right, brother, good luck. It's going to be a long and wonderful season, and it is upon us. When we speak to you next, we will already have some official fantasy numbers in the books. I am incredibly excited.
I am very much looking forward to that. I'm glad you brought that up. And everybody's drafting this weekend, man. Good luck in your drafts. If you have any questions, shoot them over to me on X.
Here's the year 12, brother. Thank you.
Take it easy.
You too. Bye-bye. That's Dave Richards, CBS Sports. When we come back, some noise was made yesterday. Stadium talks in West Sacramento. Could there be a new stadium being built for the Oakland A's if Vegas falls through? And wouldn't it be annoying if I talk like this all show? It's not going to happen. Mayor Martha Guerrero of West Sacramento will join us at 8:44. But when we come back, we'll set that up with some of those comments from yesterday next.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out sacktownsports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on sacktownsports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your forecast looking very sunny today. Temperatures are going to be heating up again with daytime highs in the upper 90s, around 100 degrees, and winds staying fairly light. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Get Labor Day savings right now at Folsom Lake Kia. Coach Christie here reminding you, if you're in the market for a new car, shop Folsom Lake Kia for low payments now through Labor Day. FolsomLakeKia.com.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb. Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park for Country in the Park 2.
What was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Carmichael.
I want to close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich. Dasha. And more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Ends Labor Day. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hey, listen up. This is your Sacktown Sports live events calendar. First on the lineup is the Lodi Grape Festival coming September 12th through the 15th. And then rock out to Zeppelin USA at Thunder Valley on September 19th. On September 20th, laugh your heart out with comedy superstar Nikki Glazer at Thunder Valley. And the laughs keep on coming on September 21st with George Lopez when he takes the stage at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. If you're a country fan, you won't want to miss Winona Judd at Hard Rock Live on September 28th. And then on October 4th, comedy legend Rob Schneider is bringing the laughs to Hard Rock Live Sacramento. On October 20th, you don't want to miss Renee Vaca as he brings his hilarious stand-up to the Crest Theater. And finally, gear up for the ultimate Halloween bash with a $5,000 costume contest. It's Sinners and Saints Saturday at Thunder Valley on Saturday, October 26th. Costumes, music, and plenty of thrills. And that's your Sacktown Sports live events calendar. For details, go to sacktownsports.com. And stay locked on to Sacktown Sports for your chance to win tickets.
The Labor Day Sell-a-thon is on at Folsom Lake Ford. Get huge discounts, low finance rates, and zero down deals on approval of credit right now. Shop Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall and tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you.
Carmichael Dave.
He has good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say.
He's good at what he does.
On Sacktown Sports.
All right. As the baseball season winds down, also want to remind you as football winds up, we said goodbye to Dave Richard in the last segment, fantasy football. We say hello for the first time this year to our dear friend Greg Papa, who will join us in about 20 minutes. But in between Greg Papa and now West Sacramento Mayor Martha Guerrero will join us in just a couple. Quick setup segment here. Yesterday, she was on news radio here in town. I'm talking about the mayor. And there was conversation about a stadium in West Sacramento. If for some reason Vegas fell through and the A's were to permanently be here. Or, I guess, an expansion team. So we know that Sutter Park, whatever, can't be expanded. It doesn't have the infrastructure to go MLB.
Interesting that they're going to be hosting MLB next year.
Yeah, it expanded as far as what they're talking about. And she said on the radio, quote, "We can build a 40 to 50,000 seat stadium along the river." Yes, we can. We looked at it and we know it's possible. As far as when being asked where, she said we need to work with the landowners and how we'd shape it. So they kind of got to come up with a plan, navigate that. I'm just kind of paraphrasing what she said. What I really liked is there was a question about the San Antonio Riverwalk. I've often wondered the same thing. Is there a way that there could be some sort of a Riverwalk set up in the confluence of the American and Sacramento rivers? And I don't know. I guess the answer maybe was, if I'm getting it right, that the rivers isn't as calm as it is in San Antonio. That might be a little bit tougher. But it was interesting that she spoke about this. You may remember we had Mayor Guerrero on the morning of the press conference when the A's were announced. And so it'd be nice to bring her back in. We talk to Mayor Steinberg all the time, and she's definitely going to be, and West Sacramento is going to be a player in this whole thing. So when we come back, we'll bring on Mayor Martha Guerrero of West Sacramento. We're going to follow up on some of these questions, get some more answers on this whole thing and how it may or may not tie in with soccer as well. So take a break. Everybody sit back, relax, take a deep breath. Short break here. We'll be right back.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your forecast looking very sunny today. Temperatures are going to be heating up again with daytime highs in the upper 90s, around 100 degrees, and winds staying fairly light. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Advanced Infusion Center, where wellness meets vitality. Unlock your full potential with our customized Liquid Vita vitamin IV drips tailored to fit your unique lifestyle. Whether you're an athlete aiming for peak performance or travel often and looking to stay healthy, we have an IV just for you. At Advanced Infusion Center, we understand that wellness isn't just one size fits all. That's why our expert team is here to personalize your infusion experience. Ready to elevate your wellness journey? Call Advanced Infusion Center today or visit us at advancedinfusion.com.
As a mom, I'd do anything to keep my child out of physical pain.
Dr. Pamela Maida is a board-certified orthopedic surgeon.
As a doctor, I know that growth spurts can cause pain in my child's feet, and that can affect their legs and back too.
Good Feet Youth Arch Supports are designed to alleviate, even eliminate common pain.
Investing in youth arch supports for your child or teen is one of the best decisions you can make.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back. Carmichael Dave, Christopher Law, Jason Ross off today, recovering from a tough game against the San Jose Spartans last night. He'll be back on Tuesday. Remember, we're all off Monday for the Labor Day holiday. As we said in the last segment, we were talking about Mayor Martha Guerrero and her conversation on news radio. We forgive her. We forgive her for going on the radio station about the potential of the A's or expansion or whatever, and baseball having a stadium in West Sacramento. She's nice enough to join us for the second time. Remember, we spoke to her the morning of the press conference when the A's were announced, and here she is, Mayor Martha Guerrero. Mayor, it's Carmichael Dave. How are you?
Carmichael Dave, good morning. Good. How are you doing?
Want to get some notes out of the way here real quick. Forgive me because I want to be respectful and formal. I'm sure you don't care, but I do. And this is my own ignorance. Is it Miss, Mrs., or Madam Mayor? I'm not sure what the proper nomenclature is. I really am not. I want to get it right.
Oh, goodness. It's Martha. It's just Martha.
I had a feeling you'd say that. So you have been working hard as mayors should in improving the lives of those in the region, and you're obviously talking to somebody that is huge on Sacramento, whether west, north, south, or east, and bringing more and more here for everybody in this secret, if you will, to the rest of America of a wonderful place to live and raise a family. And your words yesterday came across my desk, and I think the headline here was that you believe it's possible for a 50,000 seat stadium. I think those are your words, to be built in West Sacramento. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. And I think, looking at the coming season, we're trying to make sure that everything is set in place for the A's arrival in their first season here in West Sacramento to be successful. And that's exactly what we want to accomplish first. We want to make sure that first opening day, everybody is set and ready to go.
So in order for that stadium to be built, I would imagine it is logical that would mean that either Las Vegas fell through and the A's were to stay here permanently. I imagine the backup to that would be an expansion team. So for either of those to come to fruition, we're more than likely looking at a little bit of time. So is this one of those? Are you trying to, because this is a very convoluted thing, as Kings fans know, getting this done. Are you just kind of trying to get the plan in place and get all the sausages made so that if that opportunity comes, you're going to try to strike right away?
I think that's been a vision for, the longest time, ever since what is now Sutter House Park has been built. We've had a vision to have a Major League Baseball team. So that's always been on our site. And, to have the Kings ownership, Vivek on TV, express that interest, I was just ecstatic to hear that. And I love working with the Kings team and just want to be able to make sure that we have everything we have in place to be a great partner to make that happen.
Now, before I ask you the next questions, I want to lay out for the audience. I a lot of us understand more than we should how these things work because of what we've been through, and things can change. Negotiations happen, and the mayor is, I'm sure, I don't want to speak for her, you can answer this, not in a position to get incredibly specific because, again, things might change and you don't want to get cornered. But the first question from me, as far as a stadium like that being built in West Sac, now I'm not a stadium builder, but I would say you're probably looking at $700 to $1 million to $1 billion, somewhere in that range. The Vegas one is 1.3 for a stadium that size. And to be honest, looking at the landscape, Mayor Steinberg's on his way out, and either Mayor Flo or Kevin McCarty, one of those two, is going to be the next Sacramento mayor. And Kevin McCarty voted no multiple times on an arena. What I mean there is they're already involved in the public-private partnership for Golden One Center. It does not seem in the future that there's going to be a huge appetite for public subsidy, at least coming from the Sacramento angle. So I guess, one, am I wrong there perhaps? And number two, is this something you're trying to maybe get built completely privately?
Well, that's a great question. And I think the land where Sutter Health Park is placed has an enhanced infrastructure financing district, which is unique to that part of both the Sacramento, West Sacramento side. And that's one of the reasons why it's grown very successfully as far as what you see happening on the riverfront on the West Sacramento side. It's because of our enhanced infrastructure financing district and our ability to be able to make those investments through that process. And the land itself is just a beautiful landscape to, prepare a future for a Major League Baseball team to establish themselves there.
EIFDs, we won't get too deep in the woods there, but I would imagine accurately that provides you a little bit of financial, not freedom, but a few options that may not normally be available. In your vision, assuming I would imagine Vivek and the team are still involved, but you also have John Fisher. Who owns that stadium, Mayor?
It's the Kings ownership, and Vivek Ranadivi is the biggest shareholder of all of that. So I would say, that's who it is. That's they not only is it the River Cats, but it's the land that they own.
Would John Fisher, in your mind, would he have to sell the team in order for that to? Would Vivek conceivably? And you don't want to speak for Vivek, but would he build?
I don't want to speak for any of that either.
Okay.
That's beyond. That's their business transaction that I can't
totally understand. I totally get it. As the mayor of West Sacramento, Martha Guerrero, joins us right now. This is fascinating. So let me ask you this. It still seems, and I know a lot of people are crossing their fingers this doesn't happen, but as of right now, it seems very likely, more likely than not, that the A's are going to come to West Sacramento, for 3 years, perhaps 4, and then move to Las Vegas and be permanent residents there. Now, full disclosure, I know Kevin Nagel very well, work with him. He's the owner of the Sacramento Republic, so I want to throw that out there, but he didn't tell me everything. I had to ask, knowing you were coming on. He has been working his tail off, that I can speak to, with many, to try to get a stadium for the Republic and many other uses, an outdoor stadium built, and the rail yards are obviously the place that it seems is most likely. But has there been any discussion with his group? Has there been any thought to soccer? Republic desperately need a stadium. Let's say baseball doesn't work, and maybe that's your first choice, but is this a type of plan that could be transferred from baseball focused to maybe downsized and soccer focused?
I at this point don't have any comment on that. Okay. It's something that the landowners have to decide if that's something they're interested in doing. I wouldn't be able to speak on that.
And just from your point then, and again, I don't want to corner you. I totally understand that. You're not trying to speak on somebody else's business deal. Let me ask you from the mayor of West Sacramento standpoint. I understand if baseball would be your number one choice, just like football or the NBA. Would you be open, assuming, again, the A's are not able to stay here permanently, would you be open to a soccer-specific stadium being built in West Sacramento?
There's plenty of land to explore that option besides the Sutter House Park area.
Gotcha.
And I think that there's always a possibility to, keep that option open and begin those discussions. So I think that it doesn't necessarily have to be where Sutter House Park is located. We have land in other areas of the city that, we can explore that option.
We'll end with this because you said something else that is kind of connected to sports, but it really caught my ear. It was about somebody asked about a river walk type environment. We have the American River. We have the Sacramento River. I've always, anyone who's been to San Antonio knows the river walk down there is absolutely gorgeous. And I want to make sure I understood this because I never really thought about it before. Was it you that said, or somebody else? Is there a possibility that the rivers are just too strong for an infrastructure such as they have in San Antonio, or did I mishear that perhaps?
Well, I would think San Antonio is just, things are, we could make some things happen, but it would be a significant investment.
Yeah.
And that's what I was referring to is the rivers are pretty strong. If you're going to take a look at making sure our levees are shored up, I'm focused on keeping the city safe. And that is, the river is pretty strong. You could possibly do something, but not exactly how San Antonio looks like. The river, we do have a boat dock that we've invested in. The city personally invested in, and we do have, I think, other options to do something similar to that. But what we'd like to see is, who would be interested in making that investment as well in partnership with the city.
I'm in. I could do a bake sale. Good.
I wasn't given the chance. That kind of just came out. That question when it was asked, I was like, we looked at San. I think the question was more of what is the possibility, and I said I looked at San Antonio, and
sure.
But it's I think it's always a possibility to do where we have good developers along the riverfront who have great ideas. It's just when we pencil it out, it gets to be really expensive, and they have to come up with a plan on how to build it and invest in it.
Maybe a river jaunt, maybe something smaller, maybe not a walk.
There's always been a pedestrian bridge. We have the Broadway Bridge we have in our plan. We do need more bridges, and we're hoping to get that investment, at the federal level for the I Street Bridge, the new bridge. That's important for us. As you see, we're growing very big here, and we got a lot happening in West Sacramento.
No, great job. A's coming to town. We'll obviously be speaking to you again. I know it's a very exciting time over there, and I know you're incredibly busy. So we really appreciate your time and clearing some of that up. Obviously, we are the, we run the A's here, a lot of sports fans, and just wanted to make sure that our folks had an opportunity to hear what you were or were not cooking up with some friends. And it's exciting times in Sacramento. I appreciate the time.
Carmichael Dave, thank you for your time as well and letting me join you today.
All right. Have a wonderful Labor Day weekend. Take care.
You too.
Bye-bye.
All right. Thanks.
That is West Sacramento Mayor Martha Guerrero. Interesting stuff. We'll get to that later. We gotta move right along here as Greg Papa, the voice of the 49ers, joins us next.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, Go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
The final games of the 2024 Sacramento Rivercats season are upon us. Soak up the last days of summer at the ballpark at one of our remaining giveaway or theme nights. Giddy up for Wild West night. Get your wands at the ready for our inaugural Harry Potter night. And cap off the season with Fan Appreciation Day. Plus, don't miss out on our final giveaway of the season, a Rivercats golfer hat to the first 2,500 fans on Friday, September 20th. For a complete promotions calendar and to purchase tickets, visit rivercats.com.
Carmichael Dave telling you Amy's Outdoor Living's having their famous annual clearance sale. Now, if things were tight and you passed on getting patio furniture this year, if it was just too hot to sit outside, now is your chance. You can save up to 70%. Yeah, 70% on their top brand names like Brown, Jordan, Woodard, Hollywood, and so many other huge names. But don't wait. The clearance sale lasts for just 5 days. And at these prices, you can't afford not to check them out. You'll also find deep discounts on natural gas barbecues and demo grills. So listen, hurry in. Check out the annual clearance sale at Amy's Outdoor Living. 5 days only. I told you it was famous. It's famous for a reason. Amy's Outdoor Living on El Camino near Watt. And inside Amy Ace Hardware, also in the El Dorado Town Center. Get up there now, and you tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you. What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Chad, what's going on for the Labor Day sales event?
We're calling it the Hoblet Ramapalooza. Right now, we have the biggest savings I can remember, with up to $18,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Ram 1500 Laramie and limited Hemi 4x4s. And with over 400 new Rams available, you're sure to find your perfect new Ram truck at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center.
Oh, is that it?
Nope. Right now, you can save up to $14,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Ram Heavy Duties. And with over 400 new Ram trucks available, there's no other way to describe it than Hoblet's Ramapalooza.
Well, you heard the man. Ramapalooza is happening now, and you have to check out the new Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Super Center. You can search, select, and save through their full inventory at hobletdodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
18,000 total net savings after 11,500 factory rebates and 6,500 dealer discount. 14,000 total net savings after 6,000 factory rebates and 8,000 dealer discounts. Rebates may include $3,000 Hoblet Select coupons or $2,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance for eligible trade-ins. All coupons available only while supplies last. 5 or more to each net savings. See dealer for details.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2.
What was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Carmelie.
I want to close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich.
Dasha.
And more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sacktown Sports.
Nearly 40 years of broadcasting in Northern California. The voice of the San Francisco 49ers, Greg Papa. Sponsored by Sunpoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard of the public adjusting industry.
I've told you earlier in the show, and I've said it a few times over the last few weeks, there are points of demarcation during the year. For example, Super Bowl is when my depression begins to kick in because football's over. And I know soon basketball will be over. And then next I'm left with stupid baseball and like the Olympics. But when I hear that Hard Knocks music for the first episode, the preview, and then it shows up, college football begins, which is great unless you're a Florida State fan like me. There are different lines of demarcation that to this day give me butterflies because I know the good part is on the way. And one of those huge benchmarks is the one and only voice of the 49ers, our dear friend, back for another season, Greg Papa. Good morning, Mr. Papa.
Wow, that was a long introduction, Dave. All right, John, anything else you want to wrap up at all?
I wanted to use the whole segment for my introduction.
You were good.
Yeah,
so, nearly 40 years in Northern California. It was 40 years ago that I left Syracuse University and went into the NBA at age 21. So that tells you how old I am, with the Indiana Pacers. So, and then I moved out here a couple of years later. So I am feeling old. I did decide to be a broadcaster. I did not follow the family business, which is actually public insurance adjusting.
That's our sponsor.
That's our noble Sunpoint Public Adjusters. They're not a papa.
Let's go.
They're the closest things to a papa. My grandfather, Bernard Papa, started the company way back when. My dad took over in the 50s. My brother and his family now run it. So if you ever want to talk about a co-insurance and how to figure it out, Dave, I am your man. I can't do quarterback rating, but I can figure out co-insurance.
It's so funny because when they announced the partnership with our dear sponsor, I've known you for years. I did not know that was such a strong part of your family history. So, sometimes they'll just slap a sponsor on just to slap it on. But this is almost like...
We're not slappies, Dave. We're not slappies. We're not doing that.
Well, we appreciate it. And, of course, we appreciate Sunpoint Public Adjusters. They are, I don't know if you know this, they are the gold standard of the public adjusting industry.
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
Before we get into it, how was your off season? How is Greg Papa?
Oh, great off season. Took about 3.5 weeks off. Had a tremendous trip to Europe. Went to Italy for about a week and a half, and then Greece for a week and a half. Started out at Fenway Park in Boston for a Red Sox game and ended at Yankee Stadium in New York. But you know me, I really don't have an off season doing the show every day and following the Giants and what's going on with them. And I need a full scouting report from you, by the way, David, on Buddy Hield. I've always been a big Buddy Hield fan, but I hear he's not clutch. And how well will he D up? Would Kyle Shanahan like him as a two-way player?
So let me just start by saying Buddy is one of my favorite humans. He is a breath of fresh air.
He's getting to a butt.
I'm going to crap on him, but I want to lead off by saying he wants to play 100% of the time. He'll play through injury. He's got that wonderful sense of humor and way about him. Here's what Buddy Hield is also what I like to call a Gaviscon player, because you're going to need a bottle next to you if you're a Warriors fan. We have coined a term here called Buddy Fingers, because in the clutch, he tends to get a little loose with his decisions. Now, the upside is, as you know, other than Steph Curry, he is maybe the premier three-point shooter over the last 5, 6, 7 years in the NBA. And the both of them together in Steve Kerr's offense with everything going on, maybe he's Splash Brother 2.0, but as good as Klay Thompson was defensively at the peak of his career, Greg Papa, that is how bad Buddy Hield is defensively. He is the Swiss cheese of lifesavers. He's a sieve, and you're just going to have to get used to that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's not at the end of games. You're telling me he's not a go-to guy. And for the entire game, he's a go-through guy. That's on defense. So that's not great. But we're all right. Moving on.
Yeah, moving on.
When he came out of college, I actually thought he was the closest thing to Klay.
Yeah. On
pure catch and shoots, coming off curls and pin downs and floppies, and he can shoot the ball. So we'll find a way to accentuate his positives and eliminate the negatives, I guess.
If anyone can, it's Steve Kerr. I honestly am very kind. I root for Buddy. I hope he does well, except 4 times a year. So. Look, I made the statement earlier. You've never been afraid to correct me, and I have all the love and respect for you. If anyone's going to correct me, it's going to be you. I said, hey, it's great, wonderful, super that Brandon Aiyuk signed. That's not what I was worried about. I'm worried about Trent Williams. Is the thought process from a Niner fan? Yeah, it's great that we have Aiyuk, but living life without Aiyuk is probably easier than living life without Trent Williams.
Yeah, I think there's a process. We want them both.
Yeah.
Obviously to play a week from Monday night against the Jets, but I'm not going to say which one's more important than the other. One's your starting X wide receiver, and one is the best left tackle in football and tackle period. And arguably on a short list, who do you want to name? Jonathan Ogden, Anthony Munoz, the greatest left tackles ever in history. one of the 49ers' favorite run actions is a pin and a pull, which is kind of like a toss crack where you flip it to McCaffrey, say it's, 19 toss, going left behind Trent Williams. Well, what they do is they have such confidence in Brandon Aiyuk as a blocker. He pins. He's the one that makes the block on the end, not Trent. And then Trent pulls out in space to lead him out, and then you get Juszczyk out there and Kittle out there. I mean, that's the pin and the pull. So Ayuk's the pinner and Trent's the puller. And you need both, the pinner and the puller, to run that play. So, and then everything else Trent does, obviously, and Brandon. I think it actually possibly would make it easier to get Trent's deal done because we're just getting the details now on Brandon Aiyuk's deal. And typically you're able to spread out a huge signing bonus. And if he had to play under the $14.1 million rookie option number, that's a big number. I'm sure it'll be much less, like half, when they actually, file the contract. And so that'll give you a little more money to give to Trent. They still got some space under the cap. But remember, all the money you're under the cap this year, you save to roll over in the next year. And I know our quarterback's going to go from under $1 million a year to like 55, 60 million. I mean, is anybody going 0 to 60 faster than Brock Purdy? That's the biggest increase in the history of sports.
Yeah.
And from 1 year's salary to the next. So it all does lead. I do feel confident that I did all along. We were in Vegas last week, and I thought Brandon was going to do the deal last week. In fact, the terms were pretty much there, 4 years at 120. We knew it was a $30 million average. It was just, how much they were going to guarantee. I mean, fully guarantee and all that's not been out yet. I'm sure that's what they're haggling over, what he would get in the fourth year. But by giving him that money, David, and not forcing him to play under the rookie figure of 14, you can even bring the cap hit down for this year, which a lot of it's going to go to get Trent. Now, the question is, we just signed a guy for $30 million a year. Are they going to sign another one? Like the next day?
Right.
I mean, Trent wants 30, they're the highest paid tackles in football now. Tristan Wirfs is over 28. Trent's the best. Plus he's accrued, I've lost count. How many millions of dollars did he lose in the fines in the preseason? 3 games at over $1 million, $50K a day for every practice he mixes. It's like $5-6 million. He's not going to, and he has to pay that. In the old days, I'm sure Eddie D or Al just, said, we're waiving it and we'll take care of it. They can't do that now. Obviously he's not going to want to have to pay $8 million, $6 million in fine. And then that offsets the increase for this year. So they're going to have to move some money around to make them happy. But I have been very confident throughout this that Trent will be ready to go. Aiyuk got a little touchy there because there were some other options about moving him and not paying him that money because there is going to be salary cap implications on giving him that money next year. But as far as Trent, and I love the way Trent handled this. He wasn't on TikTok. He wasn't flirting with other teams. And, Brandon did what he had to do, and it's new for him. Trent just went old school, in the bunker, radio silence. You know where I am.
Yep.
I'm the one driving the electric Rolls Royce. I'm Silverback. I've made more money as an offensive lineman than anybody in the history of the NFL. And now I'm not the highest paid tackle in football. I'm the 6th highest paid tackle in football. But I know he signed a contract. Only, he's got 3 more years on the deal. So you got it. But I think they all knew they had to restructure it. So I am confident that Trent Williams will be signed and will suit up on September the 9th and go at it against Robert Saleh's Jets.
That's Greg Papa joining us. Now, I tried to get specific in my first question. I'll try to get oversimplistic it maybe in my second, because as a Niner fan who's seen this Lynch era, there was part of me that went, you know what? As much as I'm trying to not stress out about all this, last year it was Nick Bosa. The year before it was Deebo Samuel. I know it's a little bit of apple and orange, but it does seem like lately every year there's 1 or 2 of these holdout type situations, and they almost always, if not always, get solved before the season starts. Is that being a little naive when it comes to Trent, for example? Is this different to you in any way?
No, Trent's just like Bosa. To me, where Nick just went radio silent, hired a great agent, and let him go to work. And and these are and this was Nick's first foray into not unfettered because they had his rights, but he had leverage being the defensive player of the year. It's just a cost of doing business when you have all these stars, and the Niners are the most star-studded team in the NFL. They had 9 Pro Bowlers last year. They had 5 All-Pros last year. Look at and I don't look at it much because I don't know how seriously the players take it, but in any way, they vote on the top 100 players in the NFL. The players do. The NFL Network makes a big, show of it periodically, dropping installments. The Niners had 9, not only in the top 100, in the top 76. So they have a galaxy of stars. You got to be careful, though, because the LA Rams won a Super Bowl a couple of years ago with a star-laden roster. And one by one, they had to remove all those guys from Matthew Stafford and Cooper Kupp from the team. Jalen Ramsey got traded. And, Aaron Donald wound up retiring, different reasons. They had a lot of guys. Andrew Whitworth, all their, great players on the O-line. So the bottom line is Aiyuk getting the money he got, and his average annual salary is $30 million plus. You have 8 players on this team that make $15 million a year or more. $15 million. That's a lot in the NFL when you got a 53-man roster and a salary cap. Bosa makes 34. Ayuk's at 30. Debo's at 23.85. Trent's at 23 now.
That's Greg Papa money.
Well, yeah, I'm number 16 on the list here. David, I'm not there. Hargrave 21, Warner 19, McCaffrey 19, Kittle 15. But then comes Brock.
Yeah.
What's Brock? Brock's going to double them all next year.
Oh.
And Charvarius Ford's not under contract for next year.
Oh, my God.
He made All-Pro last year. Demo Lenore, the way he plays inside, outside. Trey Greenlaw, Aaron Banks, the left guard. It's costly. So to pay all these guys, that's why you have to try to save every nickel and dime, because you can apply it to next year. So some of these guys are going to have to move on. It's just not enough money. Now, you know what the greatest thing is? And I hate to say it, Taylor Swift and the money she's generating for the NFL.
Yeah.
The salary cap jumped so much this past year, Dave, and it's going to jump more, I would think, this coming year. And then even more, the next 2 years, we're going to have an explosion in the salary cap. I'm not exactly sure what figure we're talking about, but it's jumping the most it has ever jumped. We had, obviously the pandemic wiped it out for a couple of years there. It got flat and went backwards. But now we're at great growth. All these new entities that are coming in, streaming services to make, like the NBA and what they're doing, the NFL's there. So, yeah, it gets a little August angst every year when you have to, next year, can we hope that just Brock's deal gets done early?
Yes.
Because that one's going to be, what are we talking about? Steph Curry signed a deal yesterday, an extension day for $62.6 million.
Yeah.
He's by far the highest paid player, although Jason Tatum's deal will kick in one more year, but 62.6. And I saw that number. I'm like, whoa.
It's a lot.
A year? But will Brock Purdy get close to that next year and more?
Well, I'm glad I ain't writing the checks. Jed York, he probably has some of that Gaviscon next to him. I'll wrap with this. And as we start the season, now, I'm not just nosing up here. I love you and I'm a huge fan. This isn't going to have a but, by the way. I love you and I'm a huge fan, and I'm also a student of your play calling. You know how much I adore good play-by-play. So if I hear anything, it gets to my ear. So I have to put you on hold for a second, because apparently the way our wires work, you can't hear what I'm going to play if I don't put you on hold. So I'm going to put you on hold. Let me make sure I don't hang up on Greg Papa. This is, I believe, the second preseason game, Greg Papa's call against the New Orleans Saints.
49ers go 2-by-2 formation. Breida next to Dobbs. Dobbs going to pull it and run and try. Dive into the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers!
Okay. All right. I heard that.
Okay.
And I went, no.
Dobbs broke a tackle. It was 4th and 1. He drove in with 5 seconds to go. I know where you're going.
You know where I'm going. And look, I like or don't like. That's like me telling Da Vinci, I think you should paint her smile differently. That's up to you. I wanted, at that moment, I was driving around. I almost drove my car off the road. I said, did Greg Papa do some off-season adjustments? Are we seeing something new this year, or were you just trying stuff out in the preseason?
That was a one-off.
Okay.
So I've never, since I've been with the Niners in 2019, I have never because we're on TV during the August football. But this was a home game. Fox took it on the schedule. And even though he didn't do the game, Tom Brady was there rehearsing to do the game with Kevin Burkhardt. That's why they had the game on national TV that night. So we have done radio-only broadcasts in the preseason, but never inside the Lon Simmons broadcast booth. So when I went inside the Lon Simmons broadcast booth, I was just thinking, I don't do the big touchdown call in the preseason because that's a big play for Josh Dobbs and it largely got him a spot, but it's not the same as a regular season game. So I just can't do that. So my original call was going to be that call when I took the Niners job.
Gotcha.
And the reason is, are you familiar with a guy named Don Klein? Don was the voice of the Niners during their first Super Bowl run, Super Bowl 16. He called the catch on radio. Vin Scully did it on CBS TV so beautifully. But Don Klein, when I first got here to the Bay Area in '86, Don Klein I think he's the most underrated. He and Ken Forak probably on the A's broadcaster the Bay Area has ever known. We know Bob Fouts. We know Lon Simmons.
Right.
We know Joe Starkey. We know Ted Robinson. We know all. But Don Klein, when I first got here, just so impressed me with his speech. He was just so regal, the way he spoke and his diction and his play calling. He was a jewel. Great football announcer. Great Bay Area broadcaster. He's there the sports as well. He passed away right that summer of 2019 before I was going to do my first game. And his family reached out to me. And honestly, the touchdown call was going to be touchdown 49ers. Like that's the way Don Klein did it.
Yeah.
But I'm going long right now, typical Papa. But the touchdown call is so long that even me, I don't have enough wind. When I got through the touchdown to now go into the 49ers, I gotta fall over. I need a gas mask. So I'm like, I struggled with it. Like, I'm not going to be able to do that. How do I do it? And then my dad died right before the start of that year. And my dad took me to every Buffalo Bills games. He was a huge influence on my love of sports, obviously. And his name is Frank. And that's what the city of San Francisco, that's the name of the city. Sir Francis of Assisi, St. Francis. That's my dad. So, and I also thought it'd be nice to, we're here in Santa Clara and people don't understand, but it's SF on the logo. I knew I'd get pushed back a little bit because they don't even play in San Francisco. They're in Santa Clara. Well, hell, do the New York Giants and New York Jets play in New York City? They don't even play in the state of New York. Does Dallas play in Dallas? I could go on and on.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. But they are the San Francisco 49ers. And my dad, to honor my dad. And it was a much easier call to execute with the San Francisco after the touchdown. It was just a lot easier.
Good, baby. Sorry.
So the whole point was that was a one-off as a tribute to the great Don Klein.
Now, that honestly, sometimes I'll ask you questions and I get 100 times better of an answer I could have hoped for, but that's something we're going to clip up because I don't know a lot of people.
And just everybody out there, Google Don Klein and celebrate what a underrated and brilliant broadcaster of Niners football he was.
A very brilliant and underrated broadcaster joining us each and every Friday, Niners at 9. The great, the wonderful Greg Papa. So excited to have you back. Thank you so much. Have a great call on Monday, and we'll talk to you in a week.
Thank you. The very overrated Greg Papa. Brought to you by Sunpoint Public Adjusters.
Let's go, baby! Talk to you in a week.
Talk to you next Friday, David.
All right, Greg. Bye-bye. That's Greg Papa. We are so late for a break, and hey, that's what happens. That's what happens. All right. No good segue here. I'm just going to talk to you about my friends at American Energy Heating and Air, the second opinion partners. I'm saying this with a smile. I just always get a smile on my face when I talk to Greg. Hey, if you had a tech recently diagnose your HVAC system, you were surprised at the cost of the repair, or something seemed off about their quote, at American Energy, they take pride in giving honest, straightforward solutions to get your system up and running. Have one of their qualified techs come out and give you a free second opinion. Let me give you some bullet points on American Energy Heating and Air. A+, Better Business Bureau. Been making America proud since 1981, the greater Sacramento area. and serving them since 1981, and they believe in making a better customer service experience for you. Check Google, check Yelp. You'll see it for yourself, not the dumb, nasally, drony paid endorser. Go test what I'm saying and find out for yourself. That's why I use them at my house. That's why my mother-in-law uses them at her house. My dad just got his system replaced, all by American Energy. I don't just ask you to use them. As always, myself, my family, and my friends, I recommend them to everyone. 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990, AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. When we get back, celebrity birthdays, and then Friday fun and games. What? Nope. Oh, you're right. Who's hot, who's not? And we will go streaking. I'm way ahead. We'll do that next.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
What's hot and what's not. Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
Yeah, hot. Real hot.
And what's not?
It's not good.
Brought to you by American Energy Heating and Air, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
Who's hot?
Lawrence Butler.
Yeah.
Yesterday in the A's 9-8 loss to the Cincinnati Reds, Butler went 3 for 4 with 3 home runs. This is Butler's second. He's the second A's player to ever hit 2-3 home runs in a season, joining.
3 home. He's the second player to hit. What'd you say? Second player to hit
3 home runs
in a season,
in a game.
Jason Giambi?
Close. Geronimo Baroa.
Oh, I meant Geronimo Baroa.
Butler is also the 4th player 24 or younger to have 2-3 home run games in a season. The others, Aaron Judge, Mookie Betts, and Ralph Kiner.
Yes, I knew that. Yeah, he's a star, dude. He's a star, and with the A's playing in Sacramento next season, you're going to have a very good time watching him play all year long. Who is not?
The Oakland A's. The A's are the first team in Major League Baseball history to have one player hit 3 or more home runs in a game and another have 5 hits or more. That was J.J. Bleday yesterday, and still lose the game.
Well, you win some, you lose some, and maybe you mostly lose some. All right. I hope you have the info because I don't. Are we good to go streaking?
It's time to go streaking.
We're going streaking!
Who is the Nostradamus of MLB? Who can keep the streak going? It's time to go streaking.
What the hell are you doing? We're streaking!
All right, Christopher Ladd, where were we? Where are we? And where are we going? Streak-wise.
Well, you had 0.
Yeah.
Dave had 0.
Yeah.
I also have 0. None of us got a hit.
You met Jason, but I got you.
Oh, Jason.
Yeah, that's fine.
So let's get started again.
Yep.
All rebuilding our streak.
Let's go.
Who did you pick yesterday?
I thought didn't we all pick the same? Oh, no, that was the day before. Did we all pick the same guy? No.
We did not.
Yeah, that's right, because you picked, all right, who the hell did I pick? Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani.
That's right.
Your guy was playing my guy.
Hey.
Dodgers won 6-3.
Yeah, they did.
Shohei Ohtani got up 5 times.
Of course, he led them to the victory.
And Shohei Ohtani had 0 hits.
I hate Shohei Ohtani and his stupid dog. I hate them both. Jeez. Fine.
Next up was Jason.
Yeah.
He picked Jackson Merrill of the San Diego Padres.
Yeah.
Tough game for the Padres.
You know what he can do with his dog, right? My goodness. Go ahead.
They lost 4-1.
4-1.
He only had 3 hits.
He and his dog need to come in and apologize. That's what he can do. He can bring his dog in here, his little cute little dog Decoy, and apologize for letting me down again.
Padres only had 3 hits.
Yeah.
Only 1 run.
Mm-hmm.
So Jackson Merrill went 1 for 2 with the only run, a home run for the Padres. So Jason goes to 1 game.
Well, something went well for Jason last night. That's good.
And there's me. I picked Jackson Holiday the day before.
Come on!
One of a very few rare overs, except if you count the beginning of his career.
Let's go!
He came up.
Yeah.
4 times.
Yeah.
Remember, they lost 6-3.
I remember.
And he...
Cue the music. Come on. Let's go. Yes.
1 for 4 for Jackson Holiday.
Oh, I love it. Anytime anyone picked, in fact, I'm picking Jackson Holiday today because I want to hear that music again on Tuesday. We don't care who Jason's taking. He's not here. Who are you taking?
I'm going to take Shohei Ohtani.
Of course you're going to take Shohei Ohtani. All right. And, of course, Shohei will go like 9 for 8 with 11 home runs. We'll take a break. We'll come back. What to watch and celebrity birthdays with Chris Watkins and Alan Stiles? Nope, just Chris Watkins. I say just Chris Watkins. I mean, and Chris Watkins. What an honor for us. We'll do that next.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
And here's Purdy going to throw one deep, wide for Debo. Made the catch on the back shoulder. Touchdown! San Francisco!
And a back shoulder banger for Debo Samuel.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Roseville Auto Mall.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your forecast looking very sunny today. Temperatures are going to be heating up again with daytime highs in the upper 90s to around 100 degrees and winds staying fairly light. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
This Labor Day, head to the Roseville Auto Mall for our biggest sale of the year. It's the only place where you'll choose from 20 top brands. Brought to you by 17 award-winning dealers. The giant Labor Day sale at the Roseville Auto Mall, where selection, savings, and satisfaction meet.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CLEAN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CLEAN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CLEAN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
What's wrong? My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation. Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card? Uh-huh. Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase. Really? Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
California, it's the Ford Labor Day Sell-a-thon. 6 days of the biggest savings on an incredible selection. So visit your California Ford dealer now through September 3rd and get great offers across the lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs, like the built Ford Tough F-150 truck, part of Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 47 years and counting. Or the adventure-ready Ford Bronco Sport with GOAT modes to help you conquer the great outdoors. And check out the always electrifying Ford Mustang Mach-E with 0 to 60 thrills and 0 emissions. It's the Ford Labor Day Sell-a-thon, and it's your chance to save. Whether it's gas, hybrid, or all-electric, now is the best time to get behind the wheel of your brand new Ford truck or SUV and drive it home today. But hurry, these offers absolutely end September 3rd. So go to your California Ford dealer today. Based on 1977 to 2023 calendar year total sales. It's the River Cats Report. What's going on with the Giants AAA squad? The River Cats Report.
Dave, you don't have the River Cats report?
I do. I got the River Cats report.
That's funny because I do.
Oh, well, you know what? In this case, you go ahead.
Well, thanks to their win on Sunday, the Sacramento River Cats, they took 4 of 6 games in their most recent series with Tacoma Rainiers.
Yeah, they did.
And they are still yet to lose any of their 6 series since coming out of the All-Star break. Those 6, they've won 2 series, the most recent with Tacoma, while sweeping short 3-game set against Albuquerque from July 19th to 21st, which was Sacramento's first sweep in exactly 5 years, as they last swept the Tacoma Rainiers from July 19th to 21st on 2019.
Did you say they swept Albuquerque?
Tacoma Rainiers.
Oh, that Tacoma swept?
They swept Albuquerque
right
this year.
Right.
5 years ago was the last time.
Because usually they take a wrong turn.
At Albuquerque.
Yeah.
There are 4 River Cats currently riding a 5-game hitting streak or better.
Yeah.
That is Wade Meckler, Brett Wisely, Marco Luciano, and Donovan Walton.
Hey.
Shout out Donnie.
Shout out Don Walton. He went to school with a kid named Don Walton. Yeah. Sloan Kettering, Don Walton.
John Hopkins.
Johnny Hopkins. We didn't call him John.
They were all there.
LSU USC this Sunday, 4:30. That's after a Saturday filled with college football, but at 4:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, that is when the event of the weekend happens.
It's going to be Huddersfield.
Huddersfield Town travels to Rotherham, the other team relegated from the championship to League One last year. It is going to be
actually Rotherham.
Well, they say Rotherham actually, but whatever.
This is what we were saying last year, and people are getting all upset about it.
They get pissed.
Where do you watch this?
I watch it at home.
No, but like
how?
Yeah.
I got a link. There's a little link I get. Yeah, you get a link.
But like if a normal
I can't watch it on
normie.
Yeah, I think there's a service. It's like, I don't know.
You can watch them in all the Carabao Cup games.
Well, that's right. I
know
forgot
what
about
that
that.
means.
I know. Yeah, I was looking. I was leaving the house today. I took a picture of my. I have coffee in the morning. I was taking a picture of my jug of Coffee Mate. It's a hazelnut version, and I came up with this. So, if Coffee Mate is how they answer if you ask them if tea's not available, what British people drink.
Mm-hmm.
They say Coffee Mate.
That's hilarious.
Right?
That's pretty good.
Thanks. I made that up at seriously 4:30 in the morning.
Get that from Ledbetter.
By the way, hey, meant to say this. Speaking of Sac State, you may have seen. I know we're all laughing right now. Watch me drive this car off the road. Some of you may have seen a clip online from the loss to San Jose State yesterday from Sac State, and I have an update. I believe his name was Michael Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
It was a really scary hit on a kickoff return, and his again, if you've seen like an MMA fighter get knocked out, you do kind of they call it the sword fighting pose where your hands are kind of grasping at stuff, or they're straight out. Super scary moments. So anyways, after the game, they said he was alert. He had full movement, incredibly scary. Medical staff for each team followed the protocols. Early reports, and obviously, you got to do all the tests and stuff, but early reports say that Michael should be totally good. So I know a lot of people saw that, and we wanted to get you that news as soon as possible. No way to segue out of that. That's actually good news. Thumbs up to that. Chris Watkins, how are you?
Great.
Nate Littlefield joining us for a special guest for celebrity birthdays.
Yes, very special.
Happy to be here.
By the way, during his Rivercats report, why did you had this look? Honestly, I would describe the look on your face as you were fighting some sort of intestinal distress. Are you okay?
I mean, that's me 24/7.
There was just a couple times where you were just kind of staring at the TV, and all of a sudden you just be like,
maybe he had that appointment with Jason.
I
maybe he had to fill in.
Yeah, my brain is wired to be I have to say something funny all the time.
No,
so it's like fighting it.
When you try to say something funny, it never works. When
Yeah.
you try to just play it straight, it's the funniest thing in the world.
I agree.
Yeah,
we had a great talk about directors earlier today. Nate,
really?
I try not to bother Dave too much, but this one
work.
I was just thinking, listen to something and saw him.
See you at Creed on Sunday.
Well,
you
might.
He said, we get celebrity birthdays right
chance
now.
That I'm going.
Is there?
Yes,
dude,
yes.
come hang out on the lawn.
Let's go.
I was gonna go on the lawn.
He says that we can start celebrity birthdays if you want.
$40.
Really? Oh yeah.
Yeah. He says, I try not to bother Dave. True or false? When I'm outside and you walk up, 90% of the time I initiate the conversations with a hello. Am I lying?
Oh yeah, you say hello, but that doesn't mean initiate a conversation. Just what's up?
Yeah, that's
and
true.
I try not to bother.
No, I usually do. That's all right.
and
No, you're not bothering me. We can talk all you want, dude. We had a great talk this morning.
Yeah, but I don't always.
Let's not do that again for a while.
Yeah. And I don't always have that. In the holster
during the breaks. I'm pretty busy.
Yeah,
I got to think stuff.
I know you're on the
show.
phone.
I don't have time for
Huddersfield
today. Huddersfield town.
I've heard it.
But did you know
Both
this?
ways.
I don't know if I told you about this during that conversation, but birthdays are meant to be spent with family and
You
friends.
did say
I
that,
did.
and you told me about the pudding crumble cookie has now.
Banana. Oh, it's so good.
Crumble Chris followed me
So,
on Instagram.
Nate, remember how you were thinking that you didn't want to bother anybody anymore? Let's just start thinking about that.
And nothing bring family and friends together better than crumble.
Why
More
start now?
than just cookies. Chris, relax.
Sorry, Nate, we have to get through this. Slim birthdays today, much like yesterday, so we're going to have to go with the entire weekend. So, birthday today, former Seattle Seahawk, used to be everyone's number one pick in fantasy football, Sean Alexander.
Oh, yeah.
5 touchdowns on Monday Night Football one night. Sean Alexander. See, it's always like he's been retired forever, but he's not going to be as old as you think.
Yeah.
I think
He's
Sean.
also a running back, too.
Yeah,
so
he retired early. I think Sean is 41.
43.
How much better do you think we would think Sean Alexander is if he had a better name? Like if he were LaDainian Tomlinson?
I mean, LaDainian's a great
I mean,
you know,
Sean with a U is pretty good.
Yeah,
it's true. Yeah, he does spell it a little strange.
It's a mid name. It's not bad.
Yeah. He could be more remembered. 46.
Like, are you saying if he was Tank Alexander?
Oh my God! There you go. Yeah, Booby Alexander.
Booby
Come on.
Alexander.
Come on.
Fun fact, my friend, huge Niners fan, had a kid. He's like, oh, yeah, we were thinking about going with Sean Alexander, his last name. I'm like, oh, like the Seahawks running back? And he seriously went like, oh.
Thank you.
I was like, my goodness.
That's 100% right.
Chris Watkins is the closest, 47 today for Sean Alexander.
Oh, wow. So he's older.
God, he's going to die.
When did he
soon.
retire?
What?
So we'll go
Probably
to tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
Jalen Brunson of the New York Knicks is his birthday tomorrow.
27.
I think he's 28.
Mm,
He's 27 or 28.
26.
We have a correct answer. Carmichael Dave, 28 years old.
Losers told you.
All right, let's go to September 1st.
Oh.
Sorry, you guys are
okay.
probably not going to get this except for one of you. Chris Watkins is a huge fan, like he proved yesterday.
Yeah.
Bruno Mars.
Chanel West Coast. It's her birthday.
You're lying.
We had a whole thing about
You're
this.
lying.
It's her birthday on September 1st. How old is
my
Chanel
God.
West Coast from?
Well, you're the
ridiculousness?
expert. You go first.
I'll say she's 30. We'll say 34.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it.
I love that show. 40. She's old.
And you said what?
I said 34.
I'll say 41.
Wow.
I think you guys already know the answer. You got this answer right?
Yeah.
I got it right.
You didn't get it right on,
Okay.
but you're the closest.
No, it's-
Chanel West Coast, 36th on September 1st.
By the way,
Who's older?
speaking of things I don't know
Too
anything
old.
about, after the show, can you guys explain to me who Blueface and Krishan
Oh,
Rock
yeah,
are?
yeah.
I have no idea,
Blueface,
but they
baby.
always show up in my timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I truly do not know who they are. Go ahead, Chris.
All right, last one. Oh, also on September 1st, from Oakland, California, Zendaya.
Zendaya.
Yeah. Who? Yeah.
Tomato.
She is.
You probably know her from the Spider-Man movies.
24. 24.
Hey, was she in Dune?
She was in Dune.
She was the
Euphoria.
26.
I'll say, yeah, that's probably, I'll say 28.
We do have a correct answer. Chris Watkins.
Wow,
it is his
yeah.
day today.
Come on.
28 years old.
Absolutely. We'll take a break. When we come back, don't go away. You know what time of day it is. It's
Right.
Friday Fun and Games
Blueface.
time. Right here on Zach Mann the Martins.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL?
Well, Sacktown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sacktown Sports and sacktownsports.com.
Toyota's national sales event is on now through Labor Day weekend. Whether on or off-road, make the most out of these final days of summer in a new Toyota truck. Don't miss a low lease on the fully redesigned 2024 Tacoma or financing as low as 0% APR on the 2024 Tundra. It's time to kick up your adventure with Toyota's legendary power and reliability. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Offer only available on Tundra Capstone. Ends 9/3/24.
When an overwhelmed injury victim calls Ashton or Price, We immediately removed their legal burden and introduced them to the very best medical care in the region. They focus on their health, and we handle all the rest. When they reach the end of their medical journey and are reunited with happiness and hope, we unleash our decades of legal experience to obtain maximum compensation. We are real, local, experienced litigators and snappy dressers, too. Consultation's free, and there's never a fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
It's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room. And guess what? Primetime football is back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. As always, offering the best food, the best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. So check them out, Capital Casino, and always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? Sunpoint Public Adjusters can help. Sunpoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call Sunpoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. Sunpoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, nonstop issue, and they're finally walking into the Good Feet store. Okay, the guy that came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. I looked at him, I said, "Are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?" I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Hey, if you've always wanted to experience that Jeep life and know what it's all about, this Labor Day weekend at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, there's never been a better time. Yo, what's up? It's Jared Marshall, and they have the biggest selection of Jeep Wrangler and Jeep Cherokee 4xEs. Yeah, you get the best of both worlds, gassed and electric. And not only do they have the biggest inventory, they have the best deals you're going to find anywhere, especially this Labor Day weekend. You can see for yourself online at sacsuperstore.com, or you can just swing on by off of Business 80 across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
We have finally made it to Friday.
Let's end your week the right way with Friday Fun and Games
On the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Hey-o! Don't miss your last chance to get laced up with Tech Shots, the ultimate state-of-the-art simulated shooting range experience, now open in Elk Grove. Hey, don't worry about the phone lines. Just enter over to sacktownsports.com. Terms and conditions apply. You guys went over there, right?
Yeah, it was really fun.
It did look fun.
Yeah, like the best way I could describe it is like kind of like Top Shot. It's called Top Shots. Top Golf. Thank you. Top Golf for
it's called
for
Tech
shooting,
Shots.
except it's they try to make it more of like an informational thing than a just straight up come and play video games. But if that's what your interest is, you definitely can go over there, and it's a very safe way of kind of learning how to handle a weapon.
Mm-hmm. Come and play video games sounds like my type of evening.
It's really fun. I was like, I don't know what I expected, but it definitely was everything you would have wanted, I would think.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Don't mess with the phone lines. Just get online right now. Good morning, Alan.
Good morning.
You guys have content.
Yeah,
we have plenty.
Yeah. Content time's coming.
You're gonna tell them what don't even know
we've made it.
Of it.
Oh, I don't.
You do not.
You're gonna tell them what I did yesterday?
Nate called his shot.
Did he?
Now he's called his shot before
and missed.
One time. It was a little different though.
So he tried to call his shot again yesterday, and I just wasn't having it.
No worry.
And then I got a text message that I never wanted to receive.
Yeah.
From Chris in our group chat, and Nate calls me as we're both driving.
Oh
my God, I did not know that.
Immediately.
I called him while I'm in traffic.
So we're gonna give him,
dude.
Yeah, we're gonna give him his just due, and as a man, and as a gentleman, and as a scholar, I'm gonna wear it on the chin.
That's what the hit doctor would do.
That's right.
As we get into Friday Funny Games, I just want to point out that Nate Littlefield has what I believe is a Google image of an alphabet in front of him.
Yes. That's what I was told to get out.
No, I got you. All right.
I'm doing what I was told.
Jason Ross is gone. He'll be back Tuesday with the rest of us. In the meantime, Christopher Laud is the arbiter of Friday Fun and Games.
I'm trying to learn.
We're going to do one of my favorites, A to Z, but we're going to have a little twist to it.
A to Z.
These are all ones that you've done before. So let's see how you can do now.
Okay.
So you've had a chance. You've played it before.
Yeah.
You've had the same one before. Should be able to do better than you did the last time, correct?
That's what the rule says. But as always, we are all just decomposing on our way to death.
So Carmichael Dave,
Good
you'll
job,
go
Dave.
first.
Great comment. Go ahead.
And in 90 seconds, how many can you get? It will be band names.
You sure you don't want an alphabet?
Yeah, you just glanced at my
really
alphabet.
need an
ABBA, Bojangles, Creed, Dio, Foreigner.
Forgot E.
What?
Forgot E.
Oh, Evanescence, Foreigner, G for Pass. I'll get back to that. H is Huey Lewis and the News. I, Indigo Girls, Journey, K for I'll Pass. K, LMP, wait, HAJK. L for Los Lobos. M for Shut Up. M for Madonna. That's not a band.
We'll take
N
it.
for Morrissey. N for Night Ranger. O for Oasis. P for Pearl Jam. Quiet Riot.
Nice.
Run DMC. Soundgarden. The Birds. You pass on You. Verve Pipe. Winger. I'll pass on X. I should know that though. Young MC. That's an artist though. Z for Zebra Head. Let's see. G. Why am I blanking on G, dude?
Great already.
Great White. K. Kansas.
Wow.
U. Or X. X Ambassadors. Oh,
two.
I think that might have been the best.
That was so good. That was incredible. He didn't even
good.
have the alphabet in front of him.
Missed
Long minute.
God, what was you?
That was a really long minute.
What was you? What?
Great.
What was you?
You too.
Yeah.
That's why the mic's break.
Yeah, please don't.
I was wondering why that mic was.
Please don't throw.
God!
I thought you were gonna say Godsmack for G.
No, don't.
Or
Zebra Head.
I don't know. They were a band in the early
When
2000s.
Chris said great, I thought you were going to say grateful.
Brother, when you're doing that, you just
you're
let
locked
whatever
in.
comes
Yeah.
into your brain.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what
You
makes
know.
it so dangerous.
All right, Alan,
Oh, yeah.
you are next.
Yeah.
Once again, it's something that you've used before, that you've had before.
Okay.
Oh no!
And Dave just smashed
The
a banana into
blown
her.
up.
That's also a band name.
All of them.
Smashed Bananas.
Yeah. Hey, for real.
Sorry. I didn't hit the thing that you
All right, Alan,
All right.
your category is going to be colleges.
Okay. Austin P. Bingham University. Cal. Delaware. Evansville. Fairleigh Dickinson.
Fairly.
Grambling. H. Harvard. Illinois. Jacksonville. Kentucky. Louisville. Montana. Nebraska. University of Omaha. University of Pittsburgh. Q. University of Quebec.
Sounds bad.
R. University of Richmond, the Spiders. Sac State. Texas.
Didn't do Temple.
Temple. Yeah, what the U.
The U.
I don't know if the U is
No, I'm not doing
University.
the U. I'll come back. Vermont, Wisconsin, Xavier,
Nice.
Yale,
Zanesville?
Zach
Gonzaga.
Zaire,
Zaire.
Zion.
There is
What was
Z
U?
University.
Go back to you, because maybe there isn't a Z. University?
Yeah, Union City College. I don't know.
Yeah, count it.
Z. What is Z?
Z is
Zuckersburg.
Zealand University.
That
Is
is
there a
correct.
new
Zealand's University. No, I think Alan got it.
Yeah,
I think you won
Well,
it.
You did name states for half of it, but
Well,
that's
they're
counts.
schools.
Yeah.
But let's see. That depends on if there's a university in America that starts with a Z.
I mean, I'm sure there is.
I don't know what there would be. The university.
There's got to be one.
Just University of Z. and then see what Google.
Yeah, all right.
fills the
So
rest with.
1,737 universities in America, according to this thingy dingy. Does Z have one? Ladies and gentlemen,
I know there's one.
Oh wow!
It stops at Y.
Wow!
There's not.
Yeah! I'll tell you.
We'll give it to him on a
Back
tech.
to back
There
completion.
we go.
Has that ever happened on this show?
You say that on the radio?
What? You said
Nothing.
something worse a minute ago.
All right.
All right, Chris.
Did he ever get the U?
TUV.
I don't know if
He
there is
said,
U's.
Said Union City.
I just didn't know if there was U.
Union City count. That's a
lot of
JC.
W's. Yeah, I'm ready, Chris.
All right, Chris. One of my favorite
UNC.
ever was when you had to do businesses. And you start now.
Apple, Bridgestone. C can be Cocoa Crisp, not Cocoa Crisp. I don't know. Coca-Cola. D can be. Wow, I'm blanking right now.
You're blanking on D?
Yeah, we'll go with Danimals. E can be. That's General Electric.
Eggland's best.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip E. F can be man, I am doing terrible. Fuddruckers. That's what set this thing off initially. G can be Goodwill.
Yeah.
H can be man, H can be it can be a lot of things. It can be
HP.
HP's great.
Yeah.
We'll go with
Hellman's mayonnaise.
Hellman's, yes. I'm trying to be too obscure. I can be
Intel.
Intel is great. Let's not give me too many now. J, JP Morgan. K can be there's got to be like Kennedy Financial or something. I don't know. L. This is
lollipop land.
Yeah,
right. Of course.
M. McDonald's.
There you go.
N is Nesquik.
Yes. Well done.
That was
Right.
Yeah.
that was
Well
my first attempt.
I do like that you went with the made-up Kennedy Financial.
Yeah, you know, there's got to
And
be
then
a
for
kid.
L, did not go with Lincoln
Lincoln
Financial.
Financial, you know, yeah.
Oh my
Good
goodness.
show. So many presidents you can memorize.
That is hilarious. By the way, you can go to kennedy-financial.com for your life planning.
Come on.
Kennedy Financial, as Chris Watkins knows, is an industry leader in Eastland, Texas.
Yes.
So Kennedy Financial, get yourself some today.
Yeah, they actually sponsor our 1 o'clock
They
segment.
absolutely do, and we are giving them a free plug right now.
That's right.
Kennedy Financial, that's 800-588-6381. Kennedy Financial of Eastland, Texas. And I just hope somebody calls us like, hey, I heard you on Carmichael Dave Show.
Please.
Go Kings.
They should call in.
Oh, my goodness. They should pay us for that. All right, gentlemen. Well, have a wonderful holiday. You got all kinds of stuff coming up. And you said, I don't know the half of your content. Right. That's a big ask. Styles and Watkins next. Thanks to Chris, myself, all of our guests. The two of these guys here, Styles and Watkins. Nate was here as well. We'll see you Tuesday. Bye-bye now.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead.
Get your Kings fix all season long right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Roseville Auto Mall.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the Area 3 Weather Center. Your 100 degrees, winds staying fairly light. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
This Labor Day, head to the Roseville Auto Mall for our biggest sale of the year. It's the only place where you'll choose from 20 top brands. Brought to you by 17 award-winning dealers. The giant Labor Day sale at the Roseville Auto Mall, where selection, savings, and satisfaction meet.
Hello, I'm Frank Cockle with Retirement Security Centers with a weekly economic update. America is becoming less enamored with the stock market and more enamored with sports betting. A recent wave of studies shows increasing numbers of Americans are taking money out of stock market-based investments and pouring them into sports betting. This goes hand in hand with a concern that many advisors have with some investors having unrealistic expectations of investment results due to a few high-flying stocks. While investing in stock market-based assets is considered by some to be gambling, many investors utilize solid research, look to actively diversify their portfolios to make sure that one trend or another doesn't create extreme volatility, and have realistic expectations of returns. Since 2018, when the Supreme Court overturned the Professional and Amateur Sports Protection Act, sports betting has grown from $441 million to $5.7 billion. Will this continue to drain resources that may be used to fund financial goals such as home purchases, marriage, or retirement? How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Securities and investment advisory services offered through Osaic Cafe Incorporated, member FINRA SIPC. Osaic Cafe is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Osaic Cafe.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. What's going on for Hoblet's Labor Day sales event?
Right now, you can save up to $12,500 off MSRP on new 2023 Dodge Charger SXTs, starting at only $27,995. That's less than the cost of a lot of used cars, and it's brand new.
And did I hear you just had a grand opening?
Yes, we just opened the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter in historic downtown Woodland. We have over 200 used cars available and over 80 under $20,000. Whatever car you need, Hoblet can help.
You got to see the new Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter. Search, select, and save through the whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$12,500 total net savings after $39.20 factor rebates and $85.80 dealer discount. Rebates may include $1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance coupon. Must trade a 2005 or newer vehicle with less than 160,000 miles. Only available while supplies last. 5 of the net savings, $27,995 sample VIN 666-710.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports.
It's time. It is that time. Time for Styles and Watkins.
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140. Find us on YouTube at Sacktown Sports 1140.
It's time for Alan Styles and Chris Watkins.
Yes. That's right. Not only is Brandon Aiyuk back, I'm back in studio. Styles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. for your long weekend, if it is a long weekend for you. And if it is, we hope you enjoy it. If not, we hope you enjoy your regular weekend. And you got to make that money. Chris Watkins, so much to get into today. So let's just get through the pleasantries now. How are you doing? Any plans for the weekend, the long weekend? And by the way, just a scheduling logistical update. I will be on a plane in about 10 hours on my way to Philly for a wedding. And after that, we'll be spending some time out there with the family. So Chris will be holding it down Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Then I get back on Friday. Chris, How you doing?
Good, good. Had a softball game last night at like 9:30, so I'm still kind of feeling some
double,
tendinitis.
single.
Hit a triple. Got a triple yesterday. We played the I'll just say the other best team in the league, and
this is the team you battled with last season.
Beat them in the championship game. Beat them really well yesterday too. So feeling good, and I want to know how you're feeling after just getting mansplained by Dave how to properly order a cheesesteak in Philly. Like,
it was very
you don't know what
bizarre.
you're doing.
Well, that just tells me he never listens to anything we say.
No.
Right?
No.
Because, I mean, I probably brought up my Philly ties during crosstalk 8,000 times. And
I picked
also
up that he also doesn't know I'm a Vikings fan.
Probably. And also, he said chopped cheese. This isn't New York. Right? I mean, I thought he was going to say, so there is a roasted pork sandwich. I thought he was really part of the culture. There's a roasted pork sandwich that won best sandwich, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, and it's really famous. I thought he knew the culture. He said chopped cheese. Brother, I'm not going to New York. What are we talking about?
To a bodega
Yeah.
You know,
hey, didn't you get the mozzarella? What are we talking about? So not only did you mansplain, you were wrong. And by the way, speaking of wrong, if you are tuning in to hear me apologize, wear it as a man of integrity, a man of honor, based on what I said to one Nate Littlefield yesterday. That is coming at 10:45.
I can't wait.
And Nate will have the floor. You know, a broken clock is right twice a day.
That's right.
And Nate was right.
Jeez.
And we're going to wear it at 10:45, so you're not going to want to miss that. And if you're just now joining us, what was Nate right about? Well, here it is. Brandon Aiyuk stays in San Francisco. He controlled the narrative the whole time. We didn't know if he won. We didn't know if he lost. We didn't know if it was the Niners' fault. John Lynch didn't know what was going on. And in the end, much to Chris Watkins' chagrin, it is over. Brandon Aiyuk, 4-year deal, $120 million. $30 million a year. And Chris, we'll give a little free sample here of what's coming up at 10:45. So you text the group chat. What were you initially thinking when you saw the news break and you text? Because I didn't see. I was driving. Nate was driving. You get the text and you say, "Oh my goodness, it actually happened."
Yeah. Well, first off, the way I saw it from Adam Schefter's Twitter account, and I think Ian Rappaport might have actually broken it first, but the way that Schefter broke it was like the strangest wording where he's like, you just couldn't tell that there will be no trade.
Right.
The Niners and Brandon Aiyuk. And that's all I saw in terms of like the preview on my phone until I opened it. And so I'm like, okay, yet again, another update, but a non-update okay, the Niners aren't going to trade Brandon Aiyuk. He hasn't and then of course I read the full thing and see it, and I'm